funded WHO Afro to develop mechanisms to react when there is an unknown pathogen outbreak. Because we know how we can react when we have known pathogens. But when there is an unknown, what should be the mechanism? How do you react? And that was done, the end of that program was 2015. And then 5 years later, or 4 years later, we had COVID. But the WHO Afro developed the mechanism. We had those desktop simulations in Kinshasa. And we had COVID. So we forgot about it. During the second phase of EPT, we didn't think about how do you develop capacity to react to an unknown virus. So we have that sparse way of thinking, but I think that element of developing capacity to react for events that may be very rare or more likely events is very important to understand the drivers. COVID started in Wuhan, in China, and I recall I was in DRC in November. People observed some sort of flu that were killing people back in November, before even the COVID started. And until now, I don't believe if we have done any study to understand what was the cause of that unusual event that was happening in November, December. Many people, just a week, some flu and the person dies. And then in January, February came, the COVID started. So probably the COVID started earlier than what we have noticed in our epidemiological data. So drivers reacting early are very key elements instead of just focusing on more likely events, I think.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. Defuka. Sometimes I tend to say you may be right. Officially, COVID, we may have started maybe November, but somehow no one will be able to explain the resilience of Africa facing the COVID. Maybe you had it earlier and you develop immunity. The herd immunity, the whole world were looking about, you were having it already maybe. This just it. But I wanted to say, to join someone who was saying, we really need to learn how to put off our TV and to put on our brains. Because most of the time we are just following also the trends, what the mass media are saying, etc. And we follow that. And we are forgetting those minor events which are happening around us on a daily basis. And we are forgetting to simulate how to solve those events. And this is what is becoming pandemics most of the time. And if we learn to manage the small stuff, small issue that we have around us, we will build the capacity and experience to manage the biggest one that should come. But as our colleagues said, we really need to also be ready to whatever may happen. We should not just keep quiet and say, by the way, this was not tried. We are not sure if this what weapon exists really or not, etc. But that is a domain where we are sure that the trends, that we need to move anyway with the technologies and with the knowledge, with the know-how to be ready if ever such kind of things can happen. This is why we need to be building our capacities. Of course, adopting the technologies with a lot of intelligence. We should not just be adopting technologies, but we should put our brains on also to see what are we adopting, how are we adopting it, and for what. So according to me, this is what we need also to be thinking about these days.
Thank you very much for those contributions. Shall be sharing them with Dr. Piaz. In case there's any feedback on that, I'll be able to share it with you. So at this particular point in time, I would like us to move on to the next session, session 4, where the topics will be focusing on the role of data surveillance and artificial intelligence in pandemic preparedness. Our online? Okay, the person online, you can make your comment quickly. Unmute and submit.
Hello, you want us to jump in the conversation?
Yes, I'm told you have a comment
Yes,
online.
can you hear me well?
Yes, please.
Yes, my name is Eric. I run a private laboratory in Yantonde town in Uganda. Yeah, so I wanted to make a brief comment about the ownership of the programs we implement, on these biological challenges we are facing in our society today. I think one of the major challenges is just that the funding for most of these programs, externally based, and like they say, whoever pays the bill usually sets the agenda. So you realize it becomes very hard for us as a country or as a region of East Africa, for example, to set our programs that we can then fund and be able to manage and see that they benefit our people. So I don't know how we can make this happen, but there is a big need to ensure that the local authorities and the people who control our passes, take interest in funding these programs on their own. We need to be able to raise the funding from the local population, from the individual governments, and depend less on foreign funding. Because as long as we keep depending on foreign funding, which allow very limited input in everything we're doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Eric Takarunga, for your submission. Yes, I would like to call upon Dr. Stephen Opiyo to facilitate us on pandemic detection and early warning, the application of artificial intelligence, data, and genomics.
Okay, welcome back again. This is Stephen, and this is my last talk. Okay. So my topic is pandemic detection, early warning, application of artificial intelligence, data, and genomics. So this is my field, really. I'm in data science. Okay, so I will talk about data. Then I will also talk about artificial intelligence enabled method in pandemic detection. Then I'll conclude with the application of genomics, okay? So we cannot talk about data if we don't know what the type of data, what are the sources of data. So I'm going to first talk about the type of data we have and the source of data before I go and start talking about data in GCBRs. So what's data? Data is anything that can be used to give insight. It can be pictures, it can be text, it can be anything. But we have three types of data. The first one is structured data. And we are all used to the structured data, which are so organized, they're always in rows and columns. For example, here we have patient data, demographic data. In our first column, we have ID and date of birth, gender, appointment profile. You have outpatient, and then you have the visitor type. And we are used to this type of data, and 80% of us work with this type of data. But in the real world, basically, the data are unstructured. That's the most of the real world work with. The second type of data is unstructured data, which is everything that can be easily inserted into field. Example, this is Twitter. Twitter is data, WhatsApp is data, all the social media. Those are what we call unstructured data. And when you go on internet, you're trying to do the surfing, or you're on WhatsApp, or you're on Facebook, they're collecting data, and they're collecting all this data in form of unstructured form. And then we have semi-structured. Semi-structured data combine both structured and unstructured. For here, we have unstructured in the middle, and then it's structured. So basically, the hybrid of structured and unstructured. And we have this data in medical field, in public health. How can we use this data? Okay, so that was about data. Next is artificial intelligence. So artificial intelligence started more than 50 years ago. So the computer scientists asked this question: can we make a computer to think? So basically, they asked if computer can do what intellectual tasks mainly performed by humans. And then the AI is composed of machine learning and the method that are used for machine learning. So this is the AI, which is outside here. And then within the AI, we have machine learnings and the method that are used for machine learning. And the machine learning arises from this question: would the computer go beyond whatever we tell it to do and learn on its own? But this is the difference between machine learning and statistical method. So for statistical method, what you do, you already have the preconceived. So what you do, you get your data, you feed it in, and then it gives you what? The results. But machine learning methods, you get your data, you feed it in, and then it comes out with what it tells you to do. So it does that to what's called training. So you have your training data, you feed in the machine, computer basically, and builds the model. And then that's what it gives you what's the process of. That's a machine learning are now being used in pandemics, okay? So why do you use machine learning surveillance? Because it learns. And now you can use all this data we have and exploit data for surveillance, okay? Machine learning, it has these analytic tools that can use the unstructured data, the text, the video, and so forth. So in public health, we already have those information. You can collect information from social media. So machine learning now helps to help us to work with this because you can train them, okay? So I'm going to start with how machine learning and health outbreak detection of early warning. How do you get early warning using machine learning? Somebody talked about that a few minutes ago. Okay, the two types of data that you can use. You can use physical world data, and you can use cyberspace data. So physical world data, you have like health information, environmental, social, economic, and other. And then the cyber data, you can use the blogs, the social network, and others. So those are the type of data you can use. Now you can see from here, you're using both structured and unstructured, and some are also semi-structured, okay? So what are the methods that you can use? You can use unsupervised machine learning methods and supervised. So the unsupervised, like the cluster analysis, the principal component analysis, the unsupervised are like supervised machines, random forest, and then deep learning. So let me explain the difference between the two. So unsupervised machine learning, you get your data, you don't know what's going to come out of it. You put in the machine learning, and then gives you the group. So you can get information from the cyber, you can get information from the physical, you could collect that information from the population, and then you put in the unsupervised, and then you cluster them with basically where the hotspots are. And unsupervised, now you know where the hotspots are. Now use that information and you train the machine. Then in the future, you can collect the variable, then you use it for prediction. That's the difference between supervised and unsupervised machine learning. Okay, so analyzing data based on physical data, this has been used to detect outbreak from other regions. So they collected some information from the populations, and they use some of these methods to detect the outbreak. And then also for cyberspace. So they've used information like social media, Twitter, Facebook, and they were able to detect infectious diseases. And now they're now using also text method. So you just get information from text, where people have been writing information about a pandemic. You can get those information, you train them, and use for prediction for early warning. Okay, the next that you can use machine learning is for syndromic to pre-syndromic disease surveillance. Okay, so for example, when you visit emergency department, or you can get information from over-the-counter medication, or even online sources, you can combine all those information. You can use the machine learning to help you with that. So these are the methods that you can use, which I already explained them in my previous slides. Sorry. And then what can you do? You can discover novel outbreaks. That means the outbreaks that has not happened. So how do you do that? You get those information from the text, or from even the radio, or from the video, and then you use those information to predict what's going to happen in the future. Okay? Okay. Internet-based surveillance. This is now very common. Even World Health Organization are doing that. So this is basically open source data. So they can use information of Newswire, social media, all this information, sometimes even Chara. So if you follow that, you can, people are talking about malaria, or people are talking about flu. Like a few years ago, Google predicted the flu in the US before even the CDC did, because they were following how people were chatting about flu. So they could track. Okay? So what are the machine learning methods that we can use for this? Natural language processing. You can also use convoluted neural networks to do that. Okay. Those were about using the cyber and using the physical data. What about genomics? How can you use genomics in surveillance? You can use what's called whole genome sequencing. These days, you can sequence the whole of bacteria. And that one, you can use it for surveillance. You can use metagenomics. Metagenomics is basically the study of microorganisms. You can use metagenomics to do your surveillance. You can also use pathogen. So you get your pathogen, and then you use the metagenomics to do that. So with metagenomics, it becomes so cheap. Remember, I talked about that handheld sequencer. So you can just use the handheld sequencer. You go in the field, do metagenomics, and then you just start the surveillance from there. Okay, so these are some of the references that I got some information from. And then with that, I thank everyone, and I can take questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Stephen. Dr. Stephen is an expert, very much of an expert in this particular field. So if you want to build capacity, write policies for AI, for genomics in your country, will be at your disposal. So for now, we shall take comments and questions to Dr. Stephen on what he just presented. Forensic scientist.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. for this wonderful presentation. I have this question about early warning of this pandemic. We know we need to share this information, and sometimes it happens when countries share information, it gets punishment. We know in South Africa, they identified some new variant of COVID-19, and the response was to isolate all those South African countries. How this early warning could be beneficial for both the identified country and the whole world?
Well, thank you very much for that. I remember that when South Africa was punished for that, that was very unfair for them. And sometimes things like that happen, but it should not stop us from doing what we do. Eventually, these countries came back, and I think some of them have been apologized. So some of those are beyond the scientists, but it was a very unfortunate thing that happened to South Africa. Yeah, but as I say, it should not stop us from doing what we do. Thank you.
Yeah, just to write on it a bit. That's just part of what I was saying. We should sometimes learn to put off our TV and enlighten our brain. Because sometimes we find ourselves in a ridiculous situation where we are looking the whole part of Africa just because of an information that was sent out in a small spot in South Africa, for example. And we don't evaluate the impact on our society, on the economies, etc. And most of the time, of course, it's not our media pushing us to do that. It's because we are on the BBC, CNN, etc. And the way they know how to make noise about the minute things regarding us. So, okay, we need to say it that way. But what was the reason if we heard from news in Uganda that the new strains have been discovered in South Africa? Nobody is coming from South Africa, and we are locking ourselves here. What is the reason? So, of course, we need to evaluate everything, to integrate all the information, do a proper risk evaluation, risk analysis, risk assessment before taking our own decisions. Because if no one is flying from South Africa, from that spot in South Africa to here, why should you stop opening your shop here? Because something is declared in South Africa. So this is just part of what we really need to think about. But what is coming in now is in the domain, this domain of data is what we are calling data privacy. For example, in our African setting, I don't know how many countries are having good regulations on that aspect of data privacy, for example, and how are they using it. This is something that we need to take into consideration. And how can we use that artificial intelligence to improve our livelihood? And we have some kind of facilities now. The phones, I believe in every household now, at least we can find a phone. And if I can text SMS, even if there is no power, to someone, if I can send M-Pesa, okay. If I can send M-Pesa to someone, even when I don't have internet connection, how can I use the same system? And this is also something we can think about in artificial intelligence. How can we use that same system for disease surveillance or biological risk surveillance across Uganda, Kenya, East Africa in general? What mechanism can we do in place to pull together data that Safaricom is sharing, Vodacom, and all the others are putting all together to make sure that, of course, it is well controlled. It should be at the Ugandan and Kenyan government level, for example, on how to control that data. Because you mentioned the fact that Google was able to anticipate messages that people were sending, anticipate the outbreak using messages that people were sending. But how do we make sure that the local government was having control of that information so that we avoid the kind of what Julius Assange has been facing as sharing people information anyhow or tracking? And how do we build trust within our community? That if I'm saying here, I've seen anthrax, I will not be blamed by people from that locality, because by saying we have anthrax here in this room, nobody will accept to meet us here, right? It means if you are saying this livestock community is having anthrax, nobody will buy the animal that day or that month. How do we control that information? And how do we make sure that we efficiently use it to address the issue instead of using it to create other issues? And this is something that should be looked at the policy level.
Well, let me first answer that a little bit. We are doing something similar. I come from the northern part of this country. So we are doing a pilot project in a place called Nai District for gender-based violence. So when COVID hit, the level of gender-based violence went up. So they approached me, what can you do as to help? So we started working with them, but the first thing we had to make sure that the data was being controlled. So we work with district development officers so that, first of all, the data has to be controlled, they own the data. And then secondly, the data we're going to use has to be redacted and truncated so that the information of those who are the victims are protected. Okay, so we develop an app. This app, they can use SMS. So now we develop an app, we make sure that the data is protected, but we can still use the information. So when something happens, they can text us, they can SMS us, but in a redacted form. And then we use that now to help. So it has been working very well. So you have to work with the people from the beginning. It's the owner of the data who owns the data. So you said, okay, when we are going to use the data, it has to be about to be redacted or truncated. Because you don't need information of somebody, we don't need their name. Artificial intelligence doesn't need anything to do with the name. You don't need their social security number. You need their gender, which you need their age. So that's how you can protect them, and it can be done. Thank you.
Number of questions. I'm inclined to start with people whose questions I've not had yet. When we come around to...
Thank you very much, Ian. Dr. Stephen, you've mentioned about the controls, but more you could add light on the controls in a way that we can have a negative feedback mechanism on the data we try to use. More so, you've talked about the cyber data, all those unstructured data that we can use to put in our AI to see that we, of course, look at the eventualities. So what are some of those controls that you could put in a way that if this data is used, would not at the other side look to a negative feedback? Thank you.
Yeah, that's a very good question. I mean, you cannot control these things 100%. But if you work with somebody, talk about policy, and then also, even Google and Facebook, they're now being squeezed. You have to have a policy that the data the owner of the data has to give you permission to do it. Yeah. So it comes down to policy, really.
Now, thank you, Doctor, for your presentation. Mine is not a question like this, but just a challenge in our region. You know, COVID-19 taught us a lot of things. When it first came, things changed. It's president that announced the lockdown. And most of the presidents don't even have time to listen to the expertise. And that's the reason we are here without people even from law and from the minister himself may not have more hours with us, not even 2. And when they imposed lockdown, there was a lot of misinformation. And it needs forum like this to correct. And I remember the border of South Sudan is very far from Mombasa, where we get everything, fuels and the food. And when Kampala made the lockdowns and limit the trucks, I don't know, there were mechanisms, Juba also did the same. And one thing that came is like, we will not have a week within Juba town if we have to keep namely the way it was, the food will, we will run out of food and the fuel. You see, that's something surprised them. And then the generators, we don't have power. They were very difficult for even hotel to operate. And then it was just loosened. And when it was loosened everywhere, even maybe I will agree that maybe we had our own COVID, that we create some resistance as a school of thought. I'm not sure, but really the lockdown was not working as well. When we come to that, you also have a neighbor here, just Tanzania, which think that the HIV/AIDS cases and malnutrition and TB were more harmful than taking COVID-19 measures. And there's nothing we have done about that. So all this, there were a lot of misinformation. That give me a clue to say even our own states, as from the head to bottom, we could not control the situation. What if this disease was really deadly? We could have different information about the mortality rates. And because of that, we need to emphasize on forums like this, those small associations, those organizations, those expertise, that we should have one communication from country to country, and then we make up a region, whereby if individuals have come up to information from one country, then they should have a platform to share so that they know where the average will be, which will be replicated from each country to another country. That way we can now protect our borders. But if we just keep talking and then we don't even involve the people who make decisions, I think one day something catastrophic, as we're discussing, may befall us and we have nowhere to run to. Yeah, thank you.
Well, thank you very much. That's why we have this workshop. This, as I said, this is the beginning, and we should keep the dialogue going. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Dr. Opiyo for this session. As part of my current work, we were looking at interface surveillance, and one thing we were proposing was to start collecting more information than what is usually collected. We know what is collected in terms of surveillance. They look at the hospital. We know we collect the disease, how many people had monkeypox and polio and those kind of things. So we came up with the idea at the interface, because we are focusing on the interface. So the areas where we have human animals are interacting more. So if we start collecting, let's say, economic information, socioeconomic information, for instance, when you have cases of monkeypox at the clinic, that can be combined with information in terms of sales in wildlife meat, live or dead meat, whatever they're selling. So then when you start combining that information, maybe looking at what's going on at the pharmacy shop, that all information can give you an idea of what's going on. But I didn't have an idea of how do you process that huge amount of information.
That's where AI comes in. AI comes in and does that
I'm
for you.
very pleased that you came up with this idea of machine learning, because we were discussing with colleagues about, some were talking about dynamic mapping.
Let's talk after the conference then, okay?
Yeah. So I think that was, that's something very interesting, and I learned something. I thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Steve. My concern is one, actually, because data is very, very much key in terms of these outbreaks. and preparedness. But, you know, in the previous situation of COVID-19, we are fighting more of the infodemic than the pandemic. And one of the issues was social media. So I think all this, we can get information, but must put checks and balances. And I think the WHO boss came in very clearly, saying they are fighting more of the wrong information, which is the infodemic, than the pandemic. So perhaps this opened up my discussion, and I want more information on how we can control this.
Thank you very much for that. There's a research now, there's a research team working on disinformation and misinformation, especially when it came to, we submit a proposal for that, for NIH. How do you work with disinformation and misinformation? So AI can do that because you train. Because like example, people do fraud using credit cards. And then majority of credit cards are not fraud, but how do you pick from those? So you can use such, yeah, so yeah. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Doctor. When it comes to early detection and early warning signs, as a country in Uganda, we would rely on, I think I could say, genomics. With genomics, really, we need expertise, we need machines, and these machines should be operated by people of at least some level of education. We have a challenge as a country when it comes to fronting people who are capable of producing, let's say, results in terms of expertise. We have a certain level of education which is ideal to operate some of these machines, like maybe the Sangas and whatever that we use for sequencing. But I find in the structures, in the government structures, such scientists are not employed. So you find expertise lacking locally. You find people coming from outside to support in areas like that. So if maybe a voice could be sent to the key stakeholders, government in this case, to probably take up the idea of building capacity of its own scientists here in Uganda, such that we can have capacity to detect as a country, as our own, instead of merely relying on support from outside. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Since BioAfrica started capacity building in data science and bioinformatics for the all of Africa. So here's the story. So we had a conference last year, at the first conference, and people came, I think, from all over Africa. And then we decided, what else can we do after that? So we sent out a call for 20 people be trained in bioinformatics and data science, 20. But we were surprised to receive 400 applicants from all over Africa, 400. So we selected 42. So me and my colleague there, Peace, we are training these people from all over Africa online every Tuesday and Thursday. Before we started the training, this is a testimony. There were 4 people, one in Kenya, one in Cameroon, one in Malawi, and one in South Africa. 4 PhD students, they had their data, bioinformatics data, and they have been trying to look for the data to analyze the data, but they did not. But after taking the training, they are now writing their manuscript and they're going to graduate. So it can be done. We are doing that through remote. We are doing that through remote. It can be done. We just have to get people, and Seen BioAfrica is doing it. And we are sponsoring it. And we still have 370 people who applied, from professors to medical doctors to students. And we're looking for funding to do that. So it can be done. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Stephen. I have, again, this question. To COVID-19, the severity in Africa was not that bad. But in the first days, the whole world was talking about that we would see Africans laying all the streets dying. So on the side of genomics, what could be the answer to this?
I have no idea. Okay, let me answer. Okay, one of my colleagues talked about that. This is a mystery, by the way. It's a mystery. It's a mystery. But okay, COVID is I think a cold climate. That's what some people think. The virus is cold climate. That's what they think. That's why they think in sub-Saharan Africa, yeah. But it's a mystery, and I have no idea, to be honest. One of my colleagues said maybe it started here a long time ago and people became, I don't know, but it's a mystery. And we just thank God it didn't happen that way, because we had last year in the US, I was one of the few who got COVID. 5,000 people a day, 1 million infection, and 1 million. If it comes here, it would be a disaster. So we thank God it didn't happen here. So, but it's a mystery. Nobody knows, to be honest with you. Nobody knows.
Thank you. Even myself, I want to talk about what I say about using genomics for in surveillance. Looking in Africa, many countries are not able to detect some diseases as fast as possible. It took time. Others, they even sent the sample in other countries just to confirm the disease. So my word is, as the expert, what are you planning, since this workshop is talking about, especially in Africa, what are you planning in order many countries are able to detect the disease as the area?
Okay, so thank you for that. So that's why we have this workshop. This is a dialogue. So those are the good questions that we will be communicating with you people. So we don't have the answer right now, but it's a good question, and that's why we have this workshop. So maybe what Michael can help here.
As Dr. Robert responds, in case you're online and you have a question, please raise your hand so that we know that you have something to say, and we allow you to speak.
I don't know his names. Mable? Hey, okay. Thank you. Tomorrow, I think I'll be handling that. And you'll be actually taking note of this, some of the global efforts that are taking place in order for us to realize the objectives of early detection and things like that. So the IHR, the JEEs, which we have, put in place some time back, we'll be discussing that tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Robert.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Just a comment, and although you did mention that you discussed this one after the workshop, one of the neglected areas of capacity building is and which is becoming kind of an emerging, is on artificial intelligence or machine learning. We're just wondering how we could be able to integrate that one in the current curriculum reviews or things like that, especially in the universities. We know that One Health in some of the faculties or the schools have been integrated, but machine learning or artificial intelligence has not gotten that, would say, kind of audience. Yet we know that it can be used in modeling of infectious diseases and even prediction. I don't know how you envision to, or maybe foresee that one to be part of the, the program that you're going to develop out of this, so that you can have some, maybe a group of young people who can take that one, because that's something that we need maybe to use it for our future mitigations.
Okay, thank you very much for your question. Since BioAfrica, we are creating what's called Center of Excellence for Synthetic Biology, and we have 5 themes. Data science and bioinformatics is one of them. So artificial intelligence falls under data science, so we are working on that. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Some of you are wondering why I'm not talking about lunch. It's because I'm afraid we may still be satisfied. But we shall take the question that's online, and then we shall break off for lunch. So online, they're asking, thank you, Dr. Stephen, for your presentation. It is expected that 10 million deaths will occur worldwide due to antimicrobial resistance. And yet data on AMR is barely found in some African countries. How did they make this prediction in such a scenario?
Wow. Wow. I don't think I have answer for that though. Yeah, to be honest with you, I don't think I have answer for that really. Yeah.
Right, but you're welcome to engage this for the coming days. Thank you very much, Dr. Stephen. You can take a seat. I think, given the questions you fired him, we should give him a very huge round of applause. Yes, so as you've heard, we are only starting. We have a lot coming in these 3 days. Tomorrow we shall be having legal framework and policy. From the quick poll I did earlier, we don't have any biosecurity law in any country in Africa. Much as we have a number of efforts, yes, but people haven't gotten that serious to that extent. So at this particular point in time, we are going to go in for our lunch break. After lunch, we shall continue with more sessions on still the role of data in pandemic preparedness, with a topic by Jessica Bell on data-driven tools for evaluating global health security. Thereafter, we shall have another session by Dr. Keambou Tiambo on biological emergencies surveillance, early warning, and rapid response systems, status and perspectives for East Africa. Thereafter, we shall now look at the intersection of public and the private sector. Here we shall have 2 sessions by O'Neill Hamilton from the UN Counterterrorism Executive Directorate Focal Point, and I'll also be making a case for the bioeconomy in that same session. So for now, we shall break off for strictly 40 minutes. We have our quick lunch, get to stretch, refreshen up and all that, and then we come for the last session of the first day of this GCBR workshop for Eastern Africa. Thank you all for coming. We can now break off for lunch. Thank you. Oh, I think you'll stay seated for a few minutes. Our logistics team is going to come around and give you a lunch coupon. So once you get it, you go and join the line. Those online, we can also break off for lunch or tea or whatever we are having. That said, we shall be back in 40 minutes. So in 40 minutes, we shall be starting again. Thank you. Biosafety and global health security. Prior to joining NTI, Bell served as a senior advisor to the Defense Threat Reduction Agency's Cooperative Threat Reduction Program, where she helped to shape CTR's strategic messaging, engage key stakeholders across the nuclear, chemical, and biological threat reduction communities, and coordinate congressional and departmental requirements. She also served in a Booz Allen leadership role, supporting the Biological Threat Reduction Program, where she assisted in the development of programmatic guidance, threat reduction metrics, and requirements documentation, while also managing a large team of global health specialists. At Booz Allen, Bell consulted for multiple offices within the Defense Threat Reduction Agency, the Office of the Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Countering Weapons of Mass Destruction, and the Department of Homeland Security's Office of Health Affairs. She also served as an operational research and development team member of Project AGAS, a disease prevention initiative at Georgetown University, focused on detecting catastrophic biological events on an international scale. She holds a Master of Science in Biohazardous Threat Agents and Emerging Infectious Diseases from Georgetown University, a Bachelor of Science in Forensic Biology from West Virginia University, and certifications as a Change Management Advanced Practitioner, a Project Management Professional, and an IC Agile Professional. Well, the presentation is about data, but I think from her profile, you may end up asking her a lot of other questions that have been hanging since morning. So, Dr. Jessica, are you ready? Can you see?
I am.
Yes.
I am. Can you hear me?
Dr. Jessica, can you hear us?
I
Miss
can hear you.
Jessica?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
She's speaking. Can you please connect our audio here?
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me
You are
now?
fixing something briefly. Miss Jessica here, and start the in-person participants can hear you. Then I'll give you a green light to start. Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Hello. Hello.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Jessica, can you try saying something? See if we can hear you here.
Sure. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you here. So
Great.
you give us a minute, and we organize. We can hear you online, but the room system can't get you. So we're trying to fix that, and shall start off.
Sounds good.
Hello. So, Miss Jessica, I think we can hear you.
Great. Shall I go ahead and get started then?
Yes, yes. In case you have a presentation, you can share your screen, and we shall be able to. All right.
Wonderful. Well, thank you very much for that kind introduction, and I'm really happy to be here. I welcome the opportunity, even the challenge of having the post-lunch portion of today's agenda. So I hope to provide an engaging discussion and answer any questions that you might have. I also want to thank the organizers for inviting me to speak today. I hope to talk through what the Global Health Security Index means and what we at NTI, along with our partners at the Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security, have done to create the index as a tool for evaluating global health security. The index, as was introduced, is essentially a benchmarking of 195 countries, and identifies the strengths and weaknesses in national level health security capacities. We developed the index as a way to essentially aggregate data and make it readily available. So to better understand the global picture and the national level picture of health security preparedness. We make our data fully available on our website and offer assistance to anyone seeking to really better understand the underlying data. Our goal here is essentially to drive action towards addressing these gaps in health security, and then also to stimulate political will for prioritizing these measures. We first published the Global Health Security Index, or the GHS Index, in 2019, and then recently followed up with the second edition of the 2021 index published in December. Before I jump into the data, I want to first set the stage of what we are trying to accomplish with the GHS Index. We think of national level health security like a fire alarm system. And perhaps you've heard this analogy before because it's becoming more common within the community. And much like a fire alarm system, the probability of a fire in your home or in your workplace is very small. However, you've outfitted your home or your office with smoke detectors, you have a plan for evacuation, your family or your coworkers know where to assemble once they've exited the building or your home, and you know that there's a number to call. There's a group of individuals, a service in your town or your community that will help and provide a response to that fire. So you're prepared in the event of a fire. Why wouldn't you be prepared in the event of a pandemic? And for a pandemic risk, again, the odds are low that a pandemic is going to happen, but they're growing. COVID has shown us these preparedness gaps. And so when we think of preparedness with this analogy of a fire alarm system, we're thinking about the system to support and respond to infectious disease threats through our healthcare facilities, through professionals, workforce, through emergency services. For looking at disease surveillance and detection and having that in place, we have a strong early indication of a problem. But it doesn't predict what happens when you don't leave the building, when you don't have these preparedness measures in place, or you choose not to take any action or different actions than what's in place and what's not in the plans. So the US is an unfortunate example when looking at COVID. The US had the greatest amount of capacities across all the countries, but the execution of those capacities was confounded by political polarization, poor coordination, not recognizing science authorities. And so we look at this index as an existing assessment of capacities. It measures those national level capacities, and it doesn't measure the behavior and how individuals or decision makers are going to take that data and use it and manage a crisis. So it's important to set the stage there on what it is and what it is not. The big picture of the index. So our framework is guided by 6 categories. 3 or more of the traditional aspects of health security: prevention, detection, and response. And then we have 3 additional categories that expand the aperture and provide additional context. So we look at health systems, we look at norms, and this includes financing, longer term financing. And then we also look at risks. This encapsulates political, socioeconomic risks, as well as environmental risks. And we believe that across all of these measures, that a weakness in any of these factors can have devastating outcomes. And COVID has shown us the implications in having any gap across these types of measures. And so we look at this as essentially a dashboard of risks. We have done research with the support of Economist Impact. They have a global team of approximately 100 researchers collecting publicly available data. And this is done in approximately 50 languages, so done wherever possible in a native language. And we've pulled together over the 2 iterations of the index about 60,000 data points. I want to note here that our data is pulled, is publicly available. So we use both qualitative and quantitative data. Qualitative meaning we pull from existing databases, such as from the WHO and the World Bank, for example. But then we also pull in qualitative data. And this is largely pulled from data sources such as legal texts and reports, government publications and reports. We look at academic publications. So thinking about like legislation, regulations, national policies and plans, but also pulling information from government websites, from existing indices such as the Democracy Index, but then also media reports. And so what did it tell us? Our 2019 overall finding was that the world wasn't prepared. We launched this report approximately 3 months before COVID really hit the global stage. And so we got a bit of a road test with our index. The 2021 index shows us that we remain unprepared, and we're now able to see progress over time. The overall score has changed very little from 2019 to 2021, even amidst a pandemic. However, we did see a silver lining. The ability for countries to quickly develop capacities to respond to the pandemic through the scaling of healthcare resources, distribution of vaccines and personal protective equipment, and availability of testing, to name a few, were more of those organic capacities that were developed as a response to COVID. The question, however, is even with those capacities, will they be sustained? And not just for COVID, but for the broader infectious disease threat. Our GHS index looks at that broad threat, that array of threats. It's not COVID specific. And for 2021, we saw that no country scored in the top tier. In fact, the lighter the shading here, the lower the scoring. And in the key in the bottom left of the screen, you'll see in parens numbers. This indicates the number of countries that were in those individual tiers. And you'll see that the majority of the 195 countries, about 118 of them, fell in the bottom 2 tiers. When we think of globally catastrophic biological risks, we also wanted to have an eye towards this for our index. So the data that we felt was directly related to GCBRs. And we see this as a warning sign. The use of advanced technologies, biotechnologies, in the absence of strong normative guidance on responsible science has been increasing in the chances that a GCBR will emerge either by human hands or accidentally or deliberately. And our index framework includes considerations for countries' readiness around GCBRs. We look at essentially 21 sub-indicators that are tailored to measure national capacities to prevent, detect, and respond to these high consequence events. And despite the very grave nature of those risks, decision makers, our data shows that decision makers still aren't planning for catastrophic events, and such as those that could be caused by novel or even engineered agents. The 2021 analysis of some of these capacities suggests that even when confronted with a global pandemic, national capacities to manage these larger scale events haven't been prioritized and continue to be neglected. On average, the world scores about a 29.6 out of a possible 100 for these GCBR relevant sub-indicators as listed here on the slide. So when we think about the picture for Africa, and I'll get into more of the nuanced East Africa picture, but here you'll see, again, the lighter the shading, the lower the scores. And I pulled out the category specific views here for the continent. Prevention is incredibly important when we think about GCBRs. Our prevention category takes into account biosafety, biosecurity, as well as dual use research of concern and the oversight related to that research. But it also looks at zoonotic diseases and immunizations. Prevention is key if there's going to be a foundational underlying capacity in addressing potential catastrophic threats. And as we move along and looking at detection and response, we see the scoring from a continent view darken. So the scores get better. So it means there's better existing capacity. And then when we jump down to the health systems category, again, we go back to those lighter colors, the lower scores. Our health systems category takes into account looking at the capacity or existence of healthcare facilities, access to healthcare facilities, the costs associated, the communications around healthcare and education and risks. And then as we move into norms and to risks, we again see those darker colors. So the scores are getting better. There's a better capacity as we look at international agreements, looking at commitments to the broader community, financing, looking at commitments for other assessments. So a lot of our data, when published, takes into account the joint external evaluations that countries undergo voluntarily. And so that's represented here in that norms category. And then risks. This is looking again at those political and socioeconomic risks as well as environmental risks. So that's the overall picture from a categorical standpoint. When we look at the overall scores for Africa and then break it down to East Africa, we see some areas for opportunity in addressing these gaps. One of the lowest scoring category for the GHS index was the prevention category. And this proved true across all regions, even breaking it down to subnational levels. I think what's important here is that from a regional perspective, there are some, again, silver linings when we look at scores related to response into health systems and norms. We start to see a picture that helps us give a better understanding of what those contextual factors mean in response to COVID, and what across the board, where the opportunities are in addressing some of these concerns and helping countries to prioritize. The overall findings in analyzing our data focused on a few key areas. And this is where countries and international organizations, as well as donors, can focus. So the underpinning finding here, I feel, is that this is related to longer term dedicated financing for pandemic preparedness. So when we're looking at this we look at this as a security issue, not just a health or development challenge. These are challenges that the prioritization for financing that goes into each of these individual capacities that span prevention, detection, and response is incredibly critical. And it'll come as no surprise that we've also seen an uptick of political and security risks. Central to this measurement is a public's trust in government. And our data shows that the vast majority, the public, across most countries, particularly in developing countries such as, or in high-income countries like the US, that public trust in government is incredibly low. Trust is built on a spectrum of other capacities. And so it even shows that the longer term progress or movement across all of these categories is incredibly important to building that public trust in a government. And COVID has shown us the disparities in how certain communities are treated. And the index data showed that these are existing gaps. So while these findings highlight some of the major outcomes of our data, the ability to dive into these data sets dependent on the particular interest or tailored view for countries is certainly available. And there's a lot there to go through from a national level. So what does that mean as far as the recommendations coming out of this report? And I will say there have been a number of reports put out throughout COVID that have put forward recommendations towards addressing the next pandemic. But when we're looking at GCBRs, it really has like a longer term view of what are the preparedness measures that need to be put in place now with a consistent attention for making sure that these are financed and that they're followed through. And so our index offers up a bit of a, I would characterize it almost as like a checklist. So in the breaking it down by countries, international organizations, and regional organizations who are incredibly critical to following through with addressing these capacities. It also looks at private sector. They play a critical role in preparedness, and COVID has shed light on that. And then also looking at philanthropies and funders, recognizing that they play a large role in how certain capacities, at least initially, are developed. And our goal with the index is to promote transparency in core national level health security measures so that countries can use this data-driven decision-making in their own, in strengthening their own national level preparedness. So it's not only towards the next pandemic, it's towards these, the strengthening of the health system as a whole. With the next publication of the GHS Index, we're hoping for a publication later in 2024. We're aiming to have a continued evolution of these measures. So while we're being able to show progress over time, we also want to be responsive to the community and the feedback and what we're learning through COVID. Our 2021 index had an additional set of measures included. About 31 additional questions were added that looked at supply chains and the scaling of laboratories, that looked at diversification and risk communications. And I anticipate with this next 2024 index that we'll have an evolution and we'll have additional questions to add that provide countries a more nuanced view into what that looks like. Part of how we do that is through our international panel of experts. They have been with us since the, I would say roughly 2016, when we started to develop this index along with Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security. And this panel of experts has been critical in providing guidance to help shape how the questions that we ask, but also what questions need to be added based upon what we are seeing in the community. For 2024, we'll be expanding this panel, both from a regional geographical perspective, but also looking at the experience and multidisciplinary areas that we want to incorporate into our index. And I'll leave just by saying that all of this data is available at ghsindex.org. Also, our teams at the Center for Health Security at Johns Hopkins, as well as my team at NTI, is available to help and better understand this data. We receive outreach from various countries, as well as private sector and philanthropic organizations, to help tailor messaging to better understand the underlying data and to help communicate where prioritization perhaps should be addressed given the data that we see in the GHS Index. And with that, I appreciate your time. I look forward to any questions that you might have, and I will hand it back over to the moderator. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jessica, for that wonderful presentation. So we have quite a number of questions, but this time let me start with, there's a hand online by Fernand. Fernand, you can unmute and ask your question before we come to the in-person participants here.
Yes, hello everyone over there. Allow me to appreciate the speakers first. My question is to the speaker who are actually tackling data-driven preparedness. My question is, I've been looking at their slide, but also I've been looking at the map of the last speaker, Dr. Bell, and you could see that in some country, you don't even have data on some, for instance, I think I can take example of AMR, for instance, whereby you don't even have data in some country, antimicrobial resistance. And yet, we are told that by 2050, 10 million of people will die. We die due to, there will be death due to AMR globally. We are talking about globally, actually, worldwide. So how do we predict, do you make this prediction, and yet we don't have data on AMR in some country, or if you have data, those data are really barely, we don't really have data on those global prediction that you are actually making. So how do you address, is that data really reliable? That is my question.
Thanks for your question. And it's a really important one because first and foremost, it shows the limitations of the data. And I will be very honest in saying that we leverage publicly available data sources. So the purpose here is that our methodology can be reproducible if someone so chooses. Specific to AMR, we look at AMR surveillance, detection and reporting, as well as antimicrobial control. Part of this is based on looking at, and I'm just going to pull up some of the questions that we specifically look at. So it's around planning. We look at AMR plans for surveillance, detection, and reporting around priority pathogens. So that's focused on the planning piece. We also look at if there's a national laboratory system which tests for priority AMR pathogens. And then lastly, one of the other questions that we look at around surveillance, detection, and reporting is whether the government conducts environmental detection or surveillance activities for antimicrobial residues. For the control piece, again, we look at legislation and regulation around prescriptions for antibiotic use, both in humans and animals. And so the data that we are collecting isn't going to be predictive in nature, but it is going to say whether there are national plans and legislation and policies in place towards AMR. And I will say and I know obviously the World Health Organization has done a tremendous amount of work on this. The AMR piece of the GHS index provides just a basic foundational level of existing capacity in a country. And so when we get to that prediction point, it's not so predictive, it's more of what's in place right now and where are the gaps that need to be addressed moving forward. So I don't know if that completely answers your question, but I do want to be really upfront with the limitations here, and that we are basing this on publicly available data that countries show either online or through legislation or reporting. It's a critical question.
Yes, and that was the question that
Yes,
yes, Fernando.
The question is well addressed. Yeah, thanks. The
All
question
right.
is well addressed, but the question is going to Dr. Stephen. How Dr. Stephen and team is actually preparing African to address this gap.
Dr. Stephen is coming to respond.
Hello, can you repeat the question again?
Yes, the question is about, yes, hello, Dr. Stephen.
Yes.
The question is about the missing, I can see the missing of African data, and yet we are talking about, there are some data on global prediction of a particular diseases or prevalences of diseases or incidence of diseases, and we are talking about worldwide. But when they come to Africa, when we come to Africa, their data is actually missing. So I'm saying, how, as a data scientist, are you preparing? Have you been preparing African to address this gap?
The answer right now is we are just starting. I gave an example where we are training 42 African scientists by Africa. It comes down to capacity building, because if you collect the data and nobody can analyze it, then the data is useless. So the first thing you have to do is to build the capacity in collecting the data, and then also have the structure of where you're going to store the data. So infrastructure and capacity building is the key. That answer your question?
Okay, that's fine. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Stephen. As I told you earlier, Ms. Jessica, we are having some questions that are being carried over from earlier sessions, still under the same topic of role of data in pandemic preparedness. So let's have some questions from the in-person participants to Ms. Jessica about what she just shared with us. Any questions or comments?
Thank you for the presentation. During COVID, what we observed in sub-Saharan Africa, the use of traditional medicine, and the population didn't have anything to rely on. They didn't have, even masks were difficult to find, gloves, social distancing was difficult. You have to travel in a very packed bus. So it was difficult to apply. But people really, in many countries I know, they started using traditional medicine, or things like cola nuts, many other these small things we use in Africa. I don't know if that was effective, but that was the behavior we saw in our populations. And I don't know how you capture this type of actual behavior of Africans vis-a-vis COVID in your assessment.
I love this question. It's one that actually we've been having a lot of discussion around because of COVID, taking into account, it's almost with the view of social inclusion. So recognizing that these more traditional medicines, localized approaches to response need to be taken into consideration. For the 2019 and the 2021 index, we do not take into account traditional medicines that might be more localized or regional. It's more of looking at that national level capacity. I would love to be able to look at, for instance, sub-Saharan Africa and have a tailored approach with an index on this data. Because of the data sources that we're leveraging, we focus on the national level. What COVID has shown us, and I actually think it builds on your question of what data isn't being collected, and what data is out there that is perhaps regional or local to a particular country that we could start to capture that provides additional context to how communities are responding to a crisis. And so as we approach the 2024 index, taking into account the question that you just asked, I think is going to be really important as one of the additional measures that we include, because we can't, while we want to make the assumption that all communities are going to have this certain amount or type of personal protective equipment, COVID showed us that that isn't true. So what other additional measures are communities relying on that we need to capture as a data source? So thank you for raising that. It's not something that we account for in our national level review, but something that we want to see explored from a national level data source moving forward. I will say that we're working with a number of partners and having conversations such as with the Africa CDC on having a more tailored approach for the continent, for specific regions within Africa, on how do we identify what measures are perhaps most important when looking at GCBRs, but also what measures aren't being taken into consideration. And your question is going to help drive some of that conversation. So thank you for raising it. And I would welcome additional conversation around more of the specificity there.
Yes, good enough. Dr. Stephen mentioned SynBio Africa is having efforts in ensuring we have better data collection when that index is being worked on come 2024. Any other questions here?
Yeah, thank you so much for that wonderful presentation. I have listened in keenly, and being an implementer of biosafety in Uganda, I have scanned through the findings, and one of your findings is the last one, which you talked about, where countries are not prepared to prevent globally catastrophic biological events that could cause damage on a larger scale than COVID. And I'm asking myself why, because I don't have an answer. Maybe you can expound more on that, why countries have not, because when I look at your recommendations or action-packed way forward, it is also not captured. So I'm like, okay, why? And what do we tell our decision makers in regards to the gap that you've identified in your presentation? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. It's actually a really complicated question, and especially coming from an implementer. When we look at GCBRs, some of the factors that we take into consideration are around reporting systems, preparedness plans, looking at operations and linking operations, public health to security authorities, but also pulling in risk communication and countermeasures and agreements. So it's a hefty group of GCBR specific indicators that we look at. For our index, we measure capacity, but we also try to take into account more of the capability, meaning we measure if there are, for instance, regulations and policies in place, but where possible at that national level, we try to measure where those capacities are exercised. So a good example is in emergency operations centers. We have a series of questions that ask, is there legislation that says a national level emergency operations center should be in place? And then we ask subsequent questions as to whether that operations center is exercised on an annual basis, and then the timing on how things are reported or the timeliness of those reporting. And so showing that there is continued focus. And I think you're getting at kind of like the crux of the challenge around COVID is that it's important to have the capacity, such as national level plans and policies in place, but it's the exercising of those policies, it's the attention paid. We have seen globally that the attention to, or rather the focus and funding on just basic health has been declining for years. And COVID shed light on that having a weakened health system has a critical impact to how a community can respond. And so when we're looking at GCBR specifically, it includes these preventative measures. I think to answer the second portion of your question of why hasn't there been more done, I think there is almost ignoring the problem because it's not a funding national level healthcare, the facilities, funding biosafety isn't necessarily a provocative funding line at the national level. And so when you have these emerging, more urgent needs, sadly, I think, and from what our data shows, is that the prioritization of biosafety, for instance, and the implementation of these policies and implementation of annual exercising of a system fall down and they're not prioritized. There are a number of efforts that are going on right now, particularly with financing through the World Bank and the World Health Organization. Specifically, it's called the Financial Intermediary Fund. So it's like a pandemic fund where donors put in money that help countries address these longer term needs so that they don't fall down in prioritization, making sure that a system is exercised, that those plans are in place, and that there's continued focus on these issues, and that they don't get put aside because of urgent, more politically driven needs that come to the surface. So I think COVID has given us a warning shot of what we need to pay attention to, and implementers are going to be incredibly important in continuing to address those exercises and those needs. But it's really the decision making at the national level that needs to really focus on making sure that these are prioritized. Our hope with the GHS index, and you can go to individual country pages on the website, and there's a downloadable one-page summary for each country. There's also a longer one that gives all the questions and answers. But that one page just gives a very stark view for each country of where those gaps are and where their strengths are. And we develop those hopefully to drive the conversation. And it's going to have to be consistent communication with decision makers to ensure that implementers get the funding and the resources they need to make sure that a exercise system is in place.
Yes, thank you. So for the next questions, before you ask your question, quickly introduce yourself. So that maybe Miss Jessica can remember who asked the questions after this workshop. Quickly mention your name, your country, and your affiliation. Then you ask your question.
Okay. Jessica, thank you for the presentation. John Ding from South Sudan. Given the equality, the equity, of global resources, it is observed that it has brought in the dependency that even at countries that are supposed to stand alone, sometimes they take health issues out of their context, and they don't have sustainability in the infrastructure and the system itself. And my question is, has it been observed that even during COVID, the countries that were giving support to the other countries were not giving in at that real time when it is needed? And I'm very sure in the region here, even somewhere where trainings on COVID response were to be conducted, they were delayed. And the knowledge maybe have come later on when the traditional medicine was being employed in place. And lucky enough, it may have not made a lot of difference. But my question is there any finance models to fund, the health systems, particularly in Africa and in particular in Eastern Africa, that you think can be employed and work well? Because I'm thinking of the, insurance scheme to health, which is still insufficient. I'm thinking of the government allocating budget, which sometimes still insufficient. But if there is a model that maybe people advocate and sensitize the government with, that can sustain such response to pandemics. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. I think it's hitting on a number of challenges that we see with health security in general. And I think you're getting at a really important point that when we look at financing for health security, it's very much viewed in different verticals. So you have health systems, you have development, you have animal health, you have critical infrastructure, and they're all viewed separately, and they're all viewed through different, for most countries, viewed through different funding budgetary processes. One of the areas that we want to focus on is hopefully not having that disaggregation of decision-making, meaning that health security very much is national level security, and the budgeting process, the financing should be viewed that way. As far as a finance model, we have looked at the joint external evaluation and the way that it has structured the national action plans for health security, pulling in that national level budgeting process. We ourselves aren't necessarily looking at financing models, but taking into account the longer term financing. One of the interesting things that we found was that across all countries, there's very little data around the publication of national level budgets and how budgets are developed. To a certain degree, that's understandable because countries don't want to perhaps make that behind the scenes data available. But as far as how that's funded in the out years, meaning in the next 2 to 5, even maybe 10 years out, however estimated, isn't made available. And so it makes it really challenging from a donor perspective, from a regional partner perspective, to understand where there might be needs. And that's where the index is trying to shed light on. The financing piece, I think, is really, really important. And the data shows that much of that, the financing models or even the national level financing approach is not made available. So then how does that, how do regional organizations and international organizations or even partner countries help to address that as a community, having that more collective action towards filling the gaps? And so I think you're hitting on one of the biggest gaps, honestly, and what we've seen with COVID, and that there's too far of a distribution of responsibility and not enough planning around when a crisis happens, how resources are distributed to whom, and based on the reporting, the data that's being seen. Early on in COVID, and this will come as no surprise to this group, is we continue to see inconsistent reporting on COVID across the board for countries. And I would say within the US, we are one of the biggest culprits in how we report our data, everything from the case definitions to the frequency of reporting. And that really challenges a response and understanding what resources are needed where. I think one of the drivers can be the financing models that are put in place. And we are working with the World Bank on trying to, the World Bank and the World Health Organization on trying to develop potential models or at least templates that can be used to help strengthen the financing at the national level, and then also the accountability measures to make sure that gaps are being addressed. So unfortunately, I don't think I have a direct answer to your question, but it's a fantastic question and something that I think is going to be really important to continue to explore and build.
Do you have any more questions? So I shall take one more here. And in case there's one online, and that will be it for now.
Thank you so much, Jessica, for the nice presentation. But I just have one question which derives from the findings. They are eye-catching findings, but again, one of it is about countries dedicating little resources and actually some not actually allocating resources. Did you drill much more into this? Because could it be due to legislation? Could it be due to priority? Could it be that they don't have resources to put in? Perhaps I can have more highlights, then I'll be much more comfortable.
Yeah, that's interesting. When it comes to resourcing, what we found was that, and this actually goes across a number of the findings, really. Depending on the country, the way that resources were distributed based upon the data that we were able to capture is that it was really, the approach was distributed, in many cases delayed on how the resources were laid out. We're starting to look at, so our findings are very high level, obviously, but we're starting to dive into that specific question. And we're looking at it from the purview of excess deaths and looking at age-adjusted data, infection rate, looking at some of the more vital statistics of a country. And so it's a passive look at COVID and excess deaths and what that means with preparedness measured. Do these preparedness measures make an impact? And we're working on this with, we actually have worked with a number of universities and then also with the Gates Foundation to look at the existing data that we have, recognizing the limitations with that data, but how countries have responded, what resources they've put in place and at what particular time. Much of this is around policies, responses to the crisis, distribution of resources, and how that impacted the epidemiological curve. So looking at deaths, looking at cases, and then doing a review on and comparing that to excess deaths. Our initial findings are showing that these preparedness measures do, in fact, measure when you take into account or stratify that data and on vital statistics and age adjustment. But as far as resourcing, that has been an area where we really honestly need to look at it at a subnational level, because it's been so distributed in how countries have responded. The countries that have had, in some cases, for the countries that, well, when we look at the COVID specific data that we captured as part of the index, and what I mean by that is some of the questions, we incorporated a level of scoring that provides partial credit for countries who developed a capacity that was specific to COVID, but not to broader threats. And what we found were that a number of countries that were low, middle income, that had fewer resources to bring to bear actually did better in developing COVID-specific capacities much faster. You could further break this down in understanding what those countries were. Were they small island nations? Were they landlocked? Were they, was it based on a particular region of the world or continent? But and this goes back to the very first finding, is that there's a silver lining, and that people ultimately are very resourceful, but they also need decision makers to help them provide those resources. And so I think there's a lot to learn from COVID and how countries utilized what resources they had or what they needed to. I also think it's just as important to look at the countries who had resources that squandered them and understand what went wrong and how we can perhaps adjust our approach for the next pandemic, for the next outbreak, to make sure that those resources are more quickly shared, coordinated, and done in a way that is addressing those most at need, those vulnerable populations, and making sure that they're identified early and that the data is there to support those decision makers.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jessica. Apologies for keeping you so late, but we also appreciate you making the time to respond to all our questions. So
thank you so much for the time, and I will leave my contact information. I'm happy to follow up with any further questions. Thank you for having me today.
thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, that was Ms. Jessica Bell from the Nuclear Threat Initiative. And that was the second last session and the second last presentation under the role of data surveillance and artificial intelligence in pandemic preparedness. So we are now going to move on to the last presentation under that session by Dr. Keambou Tiambo from the International Livestock Research Institute. So a brief about Dr. Keambou Tiambo is a scientist at the CTLGH, based at IRRI, Livestock Genetics, where his portfolio focuses on livestock reproductive technologies and precision breeding, biobanking management for African cattle and poultry, and access and benefits sharing as Nagoya Protocol Officer for that project. Christian also works on the exploration of adaptive genes as candidates for genome editing in poultry and cattle. Prior to joining IRRI, Christian was supporting livestock research and capacity building for scientists from the National Agriculture Research Systems and contributing to resource mobilization efforts at the Becker IRRI Hub. Christian was also coordinating research community of practices established under the Africa Bioscience Challenge Fund program by strengthening the capacity to use existing and develop novel methodologies for genetic characterization and managing the COP engagements and research activities. Dr. Christian is a former country focal person for One Health Central and Eastern Africa, a contact person for the Bushmeat Project in the Greater Serengeti at IRRI, and a co-lead of the reproductive technology and precision breeding at the Center for Tropical Livestock Genetics and Health, still based at IRRI. So Dr. Christian will now be taking us through the presentation on biological emergencies surveillance, early warning, and rapid response systems, status and perspectives for East Africa. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Luckily, I can connect well. So as I was introduced, thank you very much for that. And I'm Keambou Tiambo. So I was requested to make a presentation to share what exists in Eastern Africa in terms of biological emergency surveillance, early warning, and rapid response systems. So I structured my presentations around a little background, then an overview of the catastrophic biological emergency and surveillance, then the early warning systems and rapid response, and a few perspectives that we could discuss all together to see how to build this initiative further. I am lucky that since morning, a lot have been said already on the domain of and the definition of catastrophes. So, and I will quickly pass through those slides so that we don't have to repeat ourselves over and over. But in general, we can see that there are structures around three main domains. They can be natural, they can be human-induced or artificial catastrophes. Also, we have what can be called a complex catastrophes. So mostly when you have natural things, let's say, pathogens or organisms which are occurring naturally, but we can bioengineer them and become something as a weapon, for example. So it can be now complex. And in the morning, we notice that when it's not natural, the pathogenicity can become very uncontrollable for most of us. While we know that sometimes what is existing or coexisting with us in the same environment, the organisms may have adapted it and it is easily manageable. So, and we have already defined the global catastrophic biological risk over and over since this morning. But one thing we need to have in mind is that a biological risk anywhere is a risk everywhere. So no one is safe until all of us are safe. That's why it is very important for us to move at the same wavelength in terms of technology, in terms of preparedness, diagnosis, detections, and capacity to respond as well, using the existing tools that we may have on our hand. And also this morning, we have been seeing defining this catastrophic emergency as in terms of all the risk, in terms of probability and pathogenicity, for example. So for this catastrophic biological risk, it is said that the probability of it is hard to accurately estimate, but it may be higher now than ever, particularly in our conditions, particularly in the context of global warming, the changing environment. Just this lunchtime, we're discussing about the unpredictability of the weather now, so we can't know exactly what may happen. We don't know if this is the rainy season or the dry season in some places. Then we can no more predict what may happen. And this is also adding to the complexity of the pathogen themselves, which once they are introduced in new environment, they may be mutating, and few genes changing means their response also to environment maybe is attenuated or it just increased. And the situation in the global south in general seems to be critical, not just because of that environment as we mentioned, but we have been mentioning also since morning the in terms of capacity, our capacity to respond to it, our exposure to it, maybe due to our natural behavior, the cultural values that we have in Africa, for example, mostly in Africa in general, we tend to come together, right? We don't isolate each other, we don't stay far from each other. And if even our forefathers, as we said, were staying a bit in terms of bockages, constituting their houses a bit certain distance from each other, it was also a kind of way of managing the risk and managing their environment. But now the situation changing, we are coming all together, the population density is going higher. That's why the risk of disease spillovers in Africa and sub-Saharan Africa, of course, we are talking about sub-Saharan Africa, can be higher than in other places. And this is just here to share with us a bit of the global multi-hazard mortality risk and distribution. Of course, it is old picture since 2005, but the same thing can be noticed today, where we have a lot of disease occurrences and predictability being higher in the global south. Why? We need to explain and go deeper into it, and to go deeper into it requires us access to data. Without data, it's difficult for us to really determine what is going on. So, and many African countries lack the capacity to deal with this threat, or their countermeasures, or sometimes they can do it very slowly. Sometimes we wait for the technology to be developed somewhere. We send someone to learn it. We take time to make even our mind used to it, to see if we are going to adopt it or not. Is it interacting with our behaviors, our personal interests? This is what is happening sometimes in our communities and the leadership. Of course, for this project, I was told that we are, for this gathering today, we are focusing on the East Africa, where we have specific characteristics in terms of populations, in terms of other challenges that may be existing in this East Africa. These are 16 countries. But when we will be discussing, we see how to make this one country. This is what we should be having in mind. So even if we have borders, how do we make sure that we facilitate activities? How can an expert from Uganda easily move and go to South Sudan quickly, solve the problem and come back overnight or before daybreak? How can we do that? Or what is the expertise we have in the north that we can bring to the southern part of East Africa? So we need to be thinking about this. And we mentioned data. Data is mostly for this surveillance, to predict, to anticipate on what may be going on. And whatever the origins of the catastrophe, of the biological emergency, we need to have in mind what is the natural carrier of the pathogen. How is the pathogen behaving in the natural host? And what are the mechanisms for the pathogen to jump from its natural host to the other one? And how is it behaving when it is in a new environment? And we can see that the dark spots are also coming in the global south. Of course, we have it in the northern part. For them, maybe due to the higher density, social, the behaviors, etc. People, we saw what happened during the lockdown, and many people died even in some houses because lack of movement. But for us, let us say we still have enough space to manage or to replicate the ancestral behavior, what we used to do. And when we look at this other map here, we can also see the population density. And we can see Kampala somewhere here, where we have greater density, and it means also maybe, this is not only Kampala, the region, and the Guinea Gulf. Now, we have also noticed that these places, of course, with the Congo Basin, is also sometimes the hotspot of some diseases. I remember 2 or 3 years ago when Dennis Carroll, the former boss of USAID, was here during one of the OSHA meetings. He just tried to present a kind of modeling of population growth in the global south. And he was almost demonstrated that in the 2015, the majority of populations of the globe, are mostly the younger populations, would be in the global south. Kampala, Ethiopia, Nigeria is terrible, and Nairobi also are places where population is growing, plus this spot. And this morning we kept hearing about Cape Town, Cape Town, Cape Town. Of course, populations have to grow, and we still have enough space in Africa for sure. But we just need to be adapting our way of life, our behaviors, our technologies, our educational systems to this trend. Instead of building vertically, how do we manage resources, use our land, and make sure that we reduce the interactions and the crossing of pathogen, exchange of pathogen between individuals? So at this point, we notice that surveillance is the ongoing systematic identifications, collection, collation, analysis, and interpretation of disease occurrence and public health event data for the purpose of taking timely, appropriate, and effective actions. And this will be important for planning, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation, because after before pandemic or before an outbreak, we need evaluation, risk analysis, etc. But even after our actions, we still need to come back and see what, if our action were effective, and was it sustainable? So that's why we will need every time to be coming back. I will not come to the different systems, the different type of surveillance. We have the passive, active, integrated, but all of them are based on these two main channels, indicator-based surveillance and event-based surveillance. We could be able to describe them, discuss them later, based on evidence coming from the communities. And this morning, again, we mentioned the involvement of communities into the activities, into planning and decision making. And when we look at how this indicator-based surveillance and event-based surveillance are all feeding into the early warning systems and integrated disease surveillance and response. These are things that we need to have in mind. Of course, we don't need to have system isolated. In any milieu, we need to adjust it to face the real context on the ground. If you are going to an area where the beliefs are different, you also need to adjust to it. The most important thing is to have work and having the end in mind. What do we want to achieve? Not just work to tick box as we used to do in some time in the communities, but work to be efficient on the field. And that's why integrations of all those professional sectors is very important. And we see how here we are very diverse, from people from security, from the vet, human, environment, etc. All of them will be coming together. And these domains of informatics, bioinformatics, statistics, etc. will still be coming because we need to manage that data. And we need to associate to it now the social and allied sciences. He mentioned the aspect of ethno-veterinary medicine. And we know that our forefathers have been surviving on that. We saw the whole Africa, at least in Black Africa, people running to the Ndawa, to the veterinary medicines, etc., ethno-veterinary medicines. All the plants, we have all choose all the herbs, all the ginger, onion, garlic, everything possible. Of course, nobody is demonstrating that it has worked, but we have not experienced the kind of hecatomb that was predicted in Africa, right? So we just need now to build on some such of those traditional knowledges. It means even the modern epidemiologist, when he is working, should think about these guys who is working with herbs, and sometimes working very well. We have colleagues even here in Kampala who are medical doctors and osteologists, vet surgeon, bone surgeon, and he noticed that some people are breaking their legs, for example. When they go to the hospital after 2 weeks, 3 weeks, there is no improvement. They turn back to medical doctors, just apply some herbs, and it seems to work. They seem to be okay. It's happened. Even in Cameroon, it's happening. But have we really sat down and explored, is it just the belief that is working, or is it working really? But people are feeling well. So if they are feeling well, what is in that practice? Is this just kind of massage, or is it because they have a kind of special hand with, I don't know what, or is it really that plant which is working? So in our context, when we are adopting those Western technologies, we need to put this in mind. And that's why sometimes when we are planning response to pathogens, we need to go to community leaders. And in some communities, sometimes the leader is the vet doctor, is the local doctor, right? People believe in them. So if we want to reach the local community, we also need to look at them when we are even doing the risk analysis. Now, coming back to surveillance, because we are supposed to focus in East Africa, the case of the situation in East Africa. East Africa has not been sleeping on that. A lot has been going on. And let me tell you that if you look very closely and compare data, you see that East Africa is doing extremely well as compared to other regions of Africa. Extremely well. I think this morning also I was discussing with maybe with you, and I said the kind of transformation, capacity development, human resources, and even infrastructure that we are having in East Africa is calling us to say in the next few years, when we are developing this kind of expertise, we need to have all the experts we need on the ground. And we just make sure that if we are not having them in Entebbe, we have it in Kampala, or we cross to South Sudan or wherever and have the expertise to solve local problems. And you can see here, I just took few activities with that is 6 May, East Africa set up health emergency regional response. We have the other one, of course, that was the Kenyan report on 2021. And this one is an activity of 27 May. It means on daily basis, we have things going on. The question we have been mentioning this morning is, I think you mentioned the fact that sometimes you are going to solve a problem and the guys from FAO are already coming back. The guys from WHO, OIE. So what is the integration there? While we are supposed, and we have a One Health platform in Kampala, maybe sitting even at the Prime Minister office. I don't know where it is. But, and they are supposed to coordinate all these activities. How come we have all those institutions working independently? So who is managing those data they are collecting on the field? To solve which problem? Because I believe that the priority of Uganda, for example, are sitting in the Prime Minister or that coordination office, or the Minister of Public Health, or the vet if it is livestock, etc. But if someone from an institution, hosted institutions, is running to solve a problem without you knowing, how do you know in your report, annual report, that that issue was sustainably solved? That's why we need that integration. And this is what is bringing us to this. As we have been mentioning, that we have all these guys who are normally supposed to be contributing to that task force, which is either national or regional coordination center, where if we are developing such projects, we also have roots, because whatever information we need to develop from the field need to fit into their strategy to solve the local problem. And when we are talking about preparedness, response, etc., when there is an outbreak, is it possible to go to the field without these guys? Not communication. We know it is key in prevention, response management, etc. Can we go without security forces? It's difficult. So we have to have all those guys working together to build that task force and make sure that we have efficiency on the ground. And this is also what at ILRI we try to do. For example, where in this health package, we have people who are working on dialogues with farmers and communities, those working on the survey and diagnosis, vaccine development, antimicrobial resistance, developing strategy models, etc., and health management. So this is something that, an approach that we need to have. And I'm sure some of you know this project from ILRI, also working in Uganda, boosting Uganda investment in livestock development. Of course, they are working with NAROS and others, for example. So, and you see, we have those guys working on socio-economic framework to assess the impact, surveillance and response outbreak, and those working to inform the National Action Plan and Policy. This is for the Rift Valley fever, and we have the same thing on antimicrobial resistance. When we are discussing this risk, we know how globally the issue of antimicrobial resistance is growing. We may say bacteria, we have large spectrum antibiotics, etc. But many strains of bacteria are becoming resistant. And this is something that can destroy all the evolution that we have made in terms of controlling those pathogens. If we don't succeed controlling the resistant strains, we may come back to zero. And how are we going to deal with that? It means even if now people are focusing on, of course, bacteria like anthrax, etc., but people are mostly focusing on viral emergencies. But if we don't take care of antimicrobial resistance, we may go back to where we started. So at ILRI also, for that disease surveillance, when we have all the activities that we have been doing on the field with communities, communications people, policies and security forces, etc. From there also we need to gather data. If there was an outbreak, what is the cause, the root cause of that outbreak? Which pathogens is at the origin of that? So data samples have to be collected. And when it is brought to the research station, it can either go to the biorepository, and I will show you what is our biorepository at ILRI, or can just be going through the sequencing platform to generate the digital sequence information that we mentioned in the morning. It can be for functional annotations of the pathogen, gene discovery, gene expression data, protein structures, small molecule structures, etc., to develop whatever tools and technologies we need to sustainably solve the problem. And now these technologies of genomic data is even coupled what we are doing in two of our projects, African Dairy Genetic Gains and African Chicken Genetic Gains. The same data help us to identify sequences which help to improve either productivity, milk productions, resistance to pathogens, or adaptabilities to specific genes. We can do the same with pathogens, either to produce vaccines or drugs, whatever we need. But I think Stephen mentioned about the infrastructure. All this genomic data, when it is developed, we cannot keep it in such a computer. This will crack, will not support it, you see? And even if I can keep it here, what if when I'm crossing the road there is false and or someone can pick it? Everything is lost. That's why having these high-performing computer storage facilities is very important. And for East Africa, for example, if we have such facility, this is where we can be integrating our data, of course, with certain level of security, which belong to us. And that's what we have been doing with our HPC, so that before it is loaded on the international platform, because some data need to be also on those platforms, it is secured before it is loaded into data platform like ENA, GenBank, DBG, etc. But recently at ILRI, we have been working to support the Kenyan government on the COVID test, etc. And also a lot of data have been generated for that. And we acquire one sequencer just to also try to contribute to what KEMRI also have been doing so well, identify the strain circulating in Kenya, so that next, if we are developing local vaccines, because now Africa is growing and we have the expertise to develop also the vaccines, how can we use the platform? And I needed to mention that one of my work, as you mentioned, and also officer for access and benefit sharing. Before the data are collected up there, you need local compliance, local and international compliance. It means you need to have access, to be given legal access to the sample, to work with it, etc. And that's why
the primary informed consent, mutual agreed material transfer agreement, and the MOU between institutions are also signed to really tell who should be doing what and what are the outcomes, what are the benefits, what are the responsibility in that. And I'm just showing you here, for example, our biorepository. You can see biobanking and metagenomic platform for pathogen discovery. For this time, we have, for now, 9 of them, and each of them can host 80,000 samples. So now we have the capacity for 720,000 samples, and we are still extending because we saw the needs for that for Africa. And this is something that we can also put in place at regional level, because we don't forget that, for example, this is an international organization to support, of course, African institutions, but Uganda needs to have ownership of biological material from Uganda. And international regulation is clear on that. Nobody can take ownership from what, even if it is soil sample taken from Uganda, it belongs to Uganda, not to an individual in Uganda. So if me as any individual, I cannot sign an MOU or MTA. It needs to be signed by an institution who is represented by his said. So these are a few things that we need to do, because this sample stored here is what later on we use to anticipate through gradual sequencing, explorations of their genomic constitutions, etc., to see if we need to develop a vaccine for East Coast fever, for foot and mouth disease, for anthrax, whatever. How are we doing that? With material? For which community? Because sometimes you see that a pathogen that is here in Entebbe, when you move to northern Uganda, is no more exactly the same sequence of pathogen, because over time they are readapted to their environment. So that's why it's important for us to keep those samples. And that surveillance is also the work we have been doing. For example, as I mentioned, the greatest Serengeti, where on the bushmeat project, where we are working on microbial diversity and bushmeat sample to identify the pathogens circulating. We know what is the bushmeat, and we know all the pathogens moving from livestock, sharing the same environment with wildlife, the same water point, and with us, consumers, and sometimes we are eating wild beast, and we are told it is beef, for example. How do we make sure that we are safe when we are eating? It is through such kind of surveillance, and knowing that the capacities are not the same everywhere. Stephen, for example, is at a certain level, and of course, peace, at a certain level of bioinformatics, genomics analysis, etc. But at national level, do we have such capacities? That's why that project also tried to develop a kind of pipeline to make easier for the national staff who cannot write the script, for example, to just automatically analyze their sample when they are sequenced and generate a kind of information like things that you want, that you can see here, just to regroup at least the different files that you may be having and come out with the right information. Because if you are developing the vaccine, you know that the vaccine working for a pathogen here may not work for the pathogen which is here. So when we are developing our vaccine, then we need to make sure that we integrate maybe strengths for the pathogen, for these pathogens, if all of them are coming from the same location. Otherwise, your vaccine will just be, let's say, 20% or 30% efficient. It may be what was happening with the COVID vaccines. When we keep going through boosters and boosters, I don't know how many boosters we have already taken now. But why? While we were told, anyway, when we were taught definition of vaccines in primary school, what were we said? What is the current definition of vaccine that we know? Something which can prevent contamination and transmission of disease. And they never said that you will be continuously taking, for example. It means also that if the vaccine was developed from the strains identified in China first, How is that strains identified in China is matching with the strain circulating in Nairobi or in Uganda? It means something working very well where the sample was collected to develop the vaccines may not be working other places where the environment is totally different. And this is why we need to have infrastructures and capacity to explore the data and generate what we have. And we can see that East Africa is well accommodated in terms of such capacity for next generation sequencing in Africa. Let's just see the cluster that we have here. At least Ethiopia, Sudan, Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, Tanzania, DR Congo have some good capacities at least. But how is it used? Because having it is one thing, using it efficiently is another thing. Now, how do we think during this, when developing this project, we can federate, we can bring together these infrastructures, human resources, capacity to build something stronger and well integrated for the sub-region, which is well positioned, as I said, as compared to, let's say, the region of Chad, Niger, Central African Republic, etc. We also have a good cluster in East Africa, though, but it's okay. So we will need, when working for this biological risk preparedness, to take into consideration the science preparedness, research capacity, research environment, implementation environment, the policy going with it, and the engagements of the community to make sure that, yes, when we are doing it, no one will come after and say, oh, you missed this point, you didn't involve this, or you didn't take into considerations these local legislations, etc. Let's work all together with those guys and make sure that we are efficient. And when we have that capacity to sequence the information from all the biological data from the gram, that is what is we are going to use to inform the early warning and response system. And in that response, once we have identified and analyzed the risks, etc., we need to send out the message, which need to be connected to the capacity to react efficiently to what we are doing. And you can see a lot of considerations of the message going out: human rights, systematizations, data, of course, is coming. You can see coordination, reliability, citizens, communications, etc. And the social status of people. We need to take that into consideration. If I'm just telling you, if you are sick, go to hospital. But I'm not telling you where is the hospital. How far is it from where you are? You have at least a bike to go, because when you are sick, you are weak already. So what are the facilities for you? So I should not just be blowing out messages and say, I've done my work. If we are working with the end in mind, the most important thing is to save life, not to say, I've sent the message. So that's why the data we are collecting will serve us to build the evidence, so that when we are sitting at the table with all the other stakeholders to take the decisions, we have evidence to tell them that this is what is really happening and this is the approach to solve it. Because you have politicians, and you know that their interests are not those of the guys from the culture and media people, or those ideologies. With faith, it's something different. And you will always have these guys here who would be saying, how? It's not possible. We have them in our communities. Even when you drop your proposal at the table of your boss, you say, this will not work. Why? And some people sometimes even ask, why you? We have been in this business since 40 years. Do you think it's only today you will come and change something? It's happened, but we need to integrate all this and know how we are working. So by this, we already discussed this this morning. Risk is equal to severity and likelihood of the event to occur. And when we are doing the practical risk analysis, you will still have to use such kind of form to be sure that you are skipping nothing, etc. And you will see what can be the pathway for that risk analysis. Not waste time on that or on this. And in that practical risk analysis, we need to take into consideration the specificity of the pathogens. If it is a genetically modified organism, I tell you, for example, that what we are doing, the material we are biobanking for livestock, it's also to support gene editing for improvement, for resilience, etc., or just for gene discovery in those livestock and their pathogens. What are the considerations for the GMOs and the GEOs? If it is a viral vector, the situation is, the considerations are not the same. If it is in synthetic biology, the considerations are also a little bit different, because when you are going to the National Biosafety Authority to evaluate your document, they will ask you, how close is this new vector that you are introducing? How close is it from the existing vector? Is it possible that vector may cross to a related species? What will happen? All those things we need to take into consideration when we are working in this, and not forgetting the toxins. And when we have this, then the risk can be classified into different groups, group 1, 2, 3, and 4. And based on that, we have these classifications of the risk. You can still see that we have the probability and the likelihood of it to happen. And based on that, you have different levels of risk, from the trivial risk to the one which is untolerable. And when, depending on that now, the response system is not the same. Sometimes the risk is acceptable, tolerable. You just say, okay, let's observe a bit and see. Because it is not because I'm seeing a mosquito here that I will run and tell Kampala that we have an outbreak of dengue fever here, for example, right? But a mosquito is already a risk. But based on local experience, we have been used to this. Mosquitoes have been there living with us. So we don't need to cry too much if we see mosquito flying. But if that single mosquito, if suddenly we see thousands of mosquitoes flying in this house, now it will become a problem. I'm sure even cameras, people will be taking pictures. And in the next few minutes, it will be on the social media. This is what is happening in Kampala. And if we don't take care, other guys will take the same pictures or something that happened only in this room and say it is what is happening in the whole Uganda. So that's why managing that risk and communicating on that is very important. That's why the regulation is coming in, that we know that that task force we mentioned should be the one to go ahead and say, this is how this information is communicated, to avoid creating more problems than the original problem. Yes, and I hope I could let you listen. Is it possible to listen to it? Anyway, this is what is also going on in Africa in general, with support from AU, who have tried to set a kind of situation room to help Africa mitigate such kind of disaster. And you say how it is East Africa, I think it is in Kenya. Unfortunately, you don't have the volume here, where they are mapping the risk real time. And every, I think, 5 or 10 days, they have evaluations of the situation in East Africa. And we see how these have been helping for the locust issue that we have recently. And the same system can be part of our thought when we want to work on surveillance, to see how just having the screen, you can see, okay, if it is weather, this is what is happening. If it is foot and mouth disease, this may be what is happening. If it is anthrax, these are the hotspots, etc. And with periodicity, etc., we can be able to develop a plan. And we can see also a lot of information coming out. This is still East Africa and early warning system. And this is bringing us now to the last point, which is on the perspective for East Africa. When we are developing our system, putting in place, we need to take into consideration all those aspects for pre-event, during the event, and post-event. And at the level of the governance, it's not because I'm the head of this project located the Ministry of Wildlife, that is my pocket money, for example. If I'm working with putting human first, knowing that what is happening to you can happen to me, knowing that no one is safe until everyone is safe, then we have to have that consideration, and building the capacity, pre-service, in service, and I've just put there volunteers. Sometimes these guys, people with no experience, people we are not expecting, are coming to help us on the field to solve a problem. And it happens most of the time during accident, during some situations where someone is just brave enough to come in and putting his muscles or his contributions or little knowledge he has to really help the security forces, the health workers, etc., to solve the problem. So when we are building capacities, let's make sure that in communities, we have representatives who at least can also be connected to the local systems, but who are there for the early warning systems, for the first aid, etc. So building their capacity is very important. Sometimes they are the first to act before the health people are arriving. Sometimes people are still voting budget when the outbreak is there, and the budget will not be executed before the next few months. And the catastrophe will not wait for that. And surveillance can be passive and active. We need for risk assessment to be honest and have a system approach. It's the same thing as we are saying, where we need to integrate all the components, all the factors which are there. And of course, risk analysis, post evaluations, and implementations of lesson learned. Lesson learned will include traditional knowledge. It is always important to build on this traditional knowledge. And this is from where I was making some propositions that we may discuss later on way forward. The plan from known and likely catastrophic biological risks and actions. I've proposed few items there, and also information and data and the analysis. This is another domain that we really need to build sustainably, and cross-cutting recommendations where we need to clarify the roles of governments and NGOs. Is an NGO coming to take the responsibility of the government? Who is responsible of human beings in this area? Is it the NGO or the government? Who is supposed to communicate, to respond, to account for? So we need to have national and regional regulatory frameworks. We need to take into consideration the ethical situations, etc., and build in accountability and involve at-risk communities, as was mentioned in the morning. And when building the capacities we can have a long list of things to be discussed, and building the capacity itself is not enough. Demonstrations, this is what really builds capacities. I can have all the professorships and all the degree possible in managing emergencies. If I don't have practical experience on the field, I'll be zero. The first day I will have someone vomiting there, I will think it is a catastrophe, and then I will be in trouble. I will start alarming everybody. So these are a few of the stuff I've prepared for exchange, and I'm sure a lot is still to be discussed. We are open for the discussions and for your questions. Thank you very much. Sorry, I've been too long.
Thank you very much, Dr. Christian. Do we have any comments or questions for him? Or perhaps before we do that, I see digestion is taking its toll on some of us. Energy is getting spent fast. So before we go into the question and answer session, I'm going to ask us to stand up and do a small interesting exercise. Hopefully by the time we are done with it, we shall be fresh enough to go for one more session before we call it a day. So can we kindly stand up? I understand most of us are bosses back in our countries. We are heading departments, but we are going to go back to kindergarten for just 1 minute. So we are going to write these 8 letters with our bodies. We have SBA-GCBRI, which stands for Symbio Africa Global Catastrophic Biological Risks Initiative. So using our bodies, we are going to write these 8 letters. By the time we are done with them, we shall be fresh enough to fire Dr. Christian questions and listen to Dr. Robert after that. So, so we are going to do letter S. So you imagine letter S and you write letter S with your body, okay? Yeah? So we are starting with letter S. You write letter S. So we are going to do B. All right, so we're doing letter A. All right, so we go to letter G. Yes, letter G. We have 4 more letters to go. C. C is quite easy. We have B still. 2 more to go. R. And the easiest one, I. All right, thank you, thank you. So I'll move around the microphone to in-person participants here. In case you have any questions and comments for Dr. Christian, you raise up your hand, I bring the microphone over to you. For online participants, you also do the same. In case you have a comment or a question, raise your hand and we shall pick on you. Questions, comments?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Christian, for the presentation. I have these few questions. First, in East Africa, do we have a platform that we can share zoonotic diseases outbreak? Do we have a platform that we share zoonotic diseases outbreak?
Okay. I'm not sure that there is a regional platform where to share zoonotic disease outbreak, but I know each country at least have the priority zoonotic diseases we have identified. And we know that some of those diseases also are being explored in coordination with OIE, WHO, etc., in different projects. But to say there is a regional platform to share it, I'm not so sure. I may not be aware, but it should be something to be developed.
Yeah. Secondly, we know these livestock is really very expensive to East Africa communities. So for some countries, even if there is an outbreak, the government might have these priorities to not share because of the economic implications. I remember Somalia, we had this Rift Valley. So these Middle East countries were taking previously for animals, but since they had that news, they stopped it. And it had really very bad in our economy. So we need also to share this information to mitigate the results of these diseases. And still we have that thinking of the economy. So how can we harmonize?
Yes, the first thing, according to me, is that we need to develop a capacity to manage some of those diseases. If, for example, you know that PPR is a real issue for small ruminant and may affect the business of small ruminant between the Horn of Africa and the Middle East, for example, how should we build our capacity to be able to respond efficiently as with the shortest time possible to contain the disease? Because I believe others are afraid of it also because they think that we may not have the capacity to contain the outbreak that was identified and is spread and may go to them. Diseases are everywhere. It's not only in Africa, even in the most countries with the highest infrastructures and effects, they still have diseases. But it is their capacity to manage it which is bringing trust to their systems, to their farmers, to their business sector, etc., and consumers. So once we have the capacity to manage all that and to anticipate some of them, our partners in business will no more fear a lot of the escape of the pathogens in what we are sending to them, because they know we have the capacity to contain what was the risk. So I believe that is one of the approach for us to also protect our business in that sector.
Yeah, Mr. Christian, thank you very much for that wonderful talk. I'm going to go back to where you say you are storing data. Is that infrastructure at ILRI? So how do you handling the data then?
For the platform?
Yes. And is it accessible to the public?
Yes. This is at ILRI.
Okay.
And this is the data that JB, that you know, and Alan Ott are managing. And of course, I mentioned the compliance for access. So for any sample collected by ILRI, wherever, if you go to the system, they can provide you the compliance. And ILRI also has regulations on open access data, which is online. If you go to ILRI website, you see it, what is open access. But we remember that open access doesn't mean free access or access anyhow. Because I mentioned what belongs to Kenya is to Kenya. It doesn't mean whoever, because we say policy for open access, you just come and pick it as you want. There is a regulation for that. There is a process. That's why it is called open access, but regulated. Yeah, but for this now, I said the data generally are produced through a different sequencer. You know, for the MySec, for example, the data can be stored in the machine for some time. And if the owner have some hard disk, for example, you can also take it. But from there also, you have an account. If you are the scientist, connecting it to the HPC. So that even if you are in the United States University and you still have to analyze this data, or remotely you can have access to your data and do all the analysis without affecting your computer when you are seated at your office there. So this is what is done. And JB and Alan Odds are the one working on this security aspect of the data, protections, etc. And I mentioned that before it is loaded on the different platforms, it is secured. They know how they secure it. I will not bioinformatics or the data person, but they know how it is secured. And you know also that regarding the aspect of access and benefit sharing, the Nagoya Protocol, this issue of digital sequence information that will inevitably be part of the access and benefit sharing is also entering into the CBD Convention for Biodiversity, where I'm sure that in the next future, you will have to comply fully at the level of the Convention of Biodiversity before you have authorizations to publish some data. And that certificate, it is called the International Certificate of Compliance. International Certificate, Regulatory Certificate of Compliance, where if you don't show the paper that the sample you collected in that specific location, obtain the pig and the mat, prior informed consent and mutual agreed term, obtain the material transfer agreement for you to take the data for the sequencing platform for that country, and that you are respecting the terms and conditions in the material transfer agreement, you will not be authorized to publish it, and you will not even be authorized to put it, for example, on NCBI. These are levels of security where we are gradually moving on. But the discussion is that now, how do we move to that level of security without affecting science, which is supposed to bring development and improvement in the sector? This is what people are discussing now, and there have been different type of scenario. What are the propositions to make sure that Africa, for example, which is one of the main provider of genetic resources, is really benefiting from it? For that, what is the system? Does it mean I have to pay extra fee? Does it mean for me to have access to your data, I have to pay you, I have to train you? Or how to make sure that yourself, sitting in Kampala, you can track data from material collected in Kampala, even if it is used in Siberia, for example.
So I have another question. So I suppose also the metadata is collected with the sequence data, not so?
Sorry?
The metadata.
Yes, yes, sure.
Okay, so if somebody would like to do secondary analysis of the data, because okay, seen by Africa, we don't have the data, but we have the expertise. If somebody would like to do the secondary analysis of the data to get insight into that, can help for both parties. How can somebody go with that? How can somebody get access to the data to do secondary analysis of the data?
Okay, in the Nagoya Protocol, access and benefit sharing, nowadays people are not just talking about metadata, but even the associated traditional knowledge. This is also part of the metadata. Now, to have access to it, of course, some data need to be protected.
Definitely.
Very important.
Yeah.
But that should be part of the MOU or the collaborative research agreements that you are signing with the owner, the custodians of the data.
Okay.
It is the local community represented by the national system, for example. So it means if you want to do something in the Kenya, in Uganda, for example, maybe you are working with Gulu or Makerere or any other university in collaboration. So you first have the MOU with them, MOU or collaborative research agreement, but they need to comply to the Ugandan legislation on access to that genetic resources. And in the template in Uganda for access, the template in Uganda for access to genetic resources, they have their terms. They tell you, if you want to use this data, this is what you need to comply. This is how you need to comply, and we give you access. But once you have access, this is how you can use the data. Are you using it just for publications? Are you using it for information? Are you using it for industrial purpose? It means making money. We know what is happening in the pharmaceutical sector, for example. So I'm sure in each local legislation, they have those terms, and each term going with its own specific conditions. So we just need to comply to it. And that's why when we are developing any research proposal, we need access to genetic resources. We need to have in mind that compliance. And it's, of course, it is going with a certain budget. We need to have it budgeted also. Yeah. And when connected to because each country at least has a focal person for Nagoya Protocol. Most countries is sitting in the Ministry of Environment. So we approach the persons, what is the local legislations, and how to move ahead with it.
Thank you.
We have 2 questions online. So shall take online questions and then come back to physical. So online, we shall start with David. David, your hand was up. Can you unmute and ask your question?
My name is David Muteti from Kenya. I'm a biosecurity consultant. My question to Christian is, the samples you are holding in your nitrogen tanks, who accesses to it, and how do you ensure that they are secure in that nobody can just retrieve a sample and take it out of the institution? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. For the biosecurity itself, we have different levels of security. The first thing is the physical security. If you visit area, you know that before even you cross the gate, you need to show your identity and where you are going to exactly. Who is taking you to where you are going, for example. And if you are new, sometimes you are escorted by security. The second thing is, this is for people coming from outside. Now the staff can be inside and moving. But myself, I don't have access to everywhere at area, for example. And each one will be having its own card for access. So if your card is not programmed to open a door, will not open it. This is one thing. And that means you can't have access to that room if you were not given authorization. The second thing is that all accesses to doors are connected to the CCTV system, which is monitored 24/24. It means at any single second, when I swap at any door, the security officers see me moving. This is not just for security, but it's also for personal protection. You are working in a lab, and something can happen to you when you are in a specific lab. If you are not helped, you may be in trouble there. That's why they need that control system, you see? And the second thing is that the biorepository system has its own screening system. As I said, all data are connected to the metadata, and is the manager of the biorepository who knows exactly the position of a specific sample in specific tank. And you know, you cannot, this is not something that you just go, you cannot send your hands in liquid nitrogen. You will lose your hands the same second. So it means it is highly protected and nobody can have access to it if you are not authorized. Of course, if you are scientists working with material there, you have access to it. But where it is also recorded, even if I'm coming there to collect samples on the material I store from our project, we know it is recorded that this date, at this time, this person took this sample, and the sample is no more in the tank. And the system, there is a monitoring system, etc. And you know, if they don't have such kind of system, a tank with 80,000 samples in liquid nitrogen, where will you start to locate a sample? It's difficult. So things are very well organized. Yeah. I hope I have the answer.
Thank you very much. We shall take Fernandes' question, then we shall come to Soha here. Fernand, you can unmute and ask a question.
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Christian. I just want to come to the second part of the topic, which is preventing and managing biological risk. I want to assure you first that some Africans are doing some incredible work.
Sure.
Addressing AMR issues, but using this time probiotic instead of chemical product. I want to raise awareness on bacteriophages work which is going on in Africa, but I would like to appreciate the scientific audience of Kenya. They have been doing incredible work in ensuring that the progress in phage research. So I'm a fellow of a symbiotic network. So my question is this: I want to engage you on wet data, and I think my previous colleagues have already engaged you on the biorepository. I think we visited that place once, and then I can assure you that before entering in Uri, yes, there are many checkpoint control before accessing that biorepository facility. So my question is this: you know, when it's come to phages, stability is really important, and actually, those bacteriophages, those biological samples need to be stored very well. Imagine that we want to access that facility. Will we be charged, and how long will it take for us, for instance, to access the facility and store our data?
To access which facility? The HPC? Performing
no,
or
the biorepository. Yes.
Okay. The first thing, as I told you, ILRI is keeping the samples, but ILRI is not the owner of the sample. Samples belong to the providers, who are first the communities represented by their national system. So for you to access any specific sample there, you need to start where the compliance system is starting from. It means in Kenya, for example, if it is livestock, you need NACOSTI for approval of your scientific proposals. You need NBA. You need DVS. You'll have to approve and give you the material, the prior informed consent and the material and the mutually agreed term for that research. Now, you need that collaborative research agreement with the provider of the sample. It means with the national system or the scientists in the national system who have access to the sample. Because you cannot just collect samples, store somewhere, it is safe, and I come and just have access to it without your approval. So there is a system well established to have access to it, and it will go with a certain number of regulations. You see? So this is how it is. To say charge a charge, fundamentally ILRI is not for business, so there will not be charges per se for whatever. Though you need to, sometimes we have to contribute to some charges, for example, because once you are working in a place like that, you need your insurance to be sure that if you are something affect you in needle or whatever, at least you can be taken to the hospital quickly, even if you have some facilities locally to take care of you. And some other small stuff, consumable reagents, someone need to at least take care of it. So that need to be covered. But it is not really charging, but we have to comply to the national systems and to the institutional system. And I agree with you, as we said at the beginning, there is great work going on antimicrobial resistance, and you may know also the ILRI team who is working in Kenya with the phage for antimicrobial resistance. Thank you.
Thank you, the online participants, for your questions. Let's have a few from here and then we proceed to the last session.
So firstly, hello everyone. I'm Suha from Sudan. Thanks, Dr. Christian, for the nice presentation, which explained to me how much we are far away in Sudan from being one of the countries that managing the catastrophic. Because I'm a molecular biologist and I know the situation. We have only, for example, 2 sequencing machines. One of them is just for demonstration and educational purposes, and the other is not working for nearly 5 years ago. So I want from you to tell me, for me, how can I make the policymaker pay attention for those research and unit of science that managing the catastrophic in my country? Because I think we are very far.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. I believe that is where what is justifying also the importance of Send Bio Africa and this project to create first that awareness, to make sure that at the local system, those 2 machines that you have already can be used to build the capacities. And while we are building capacities to empower those guys, then how do we work together, maybe to raise more funds, to move beyond just building capacity, do research, build infrastructural capacities, institutional capacities, etc., to move so that at least we join the level where some are. And I believe during the discussion these 3 days, we should be able to see how we come together to empower each other with those activities. Some countries are even having sequences that are not in use, or there is no human resource to use it. And you know those machines, you stay some time without using them, you may lose them. So that's why we really need to reflect on this, and this is a good platform to address what you are mentioning. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Do you have any other question? If not, we proceed to the last session of the day. Any other question? All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Christian, for facilitating that session. All right. So I'm going to introduce our last facilitator of the day. Those of you who have a copy of the agenda, you're expecting someone from Jamaica, but due to the air taxis, we are having trouble. I think the taxi left the park late, so it's still on the way. But by tomorrow, we shall be having Mr. Hamilton with us. So for now, we are going to have a session on biosafety and biosecurity, law and regulation case of Africa, being facilitated by our project coordinator, Dr. Robert Kibuuka. I'm going to share with you briefly the profile of Dr. Robert. All right. Dr. Robert was a lecturer and focal person for One Health Central and Eastern Africa, which is a network of 10 schools of public health and 10 schools of veterinary medicine from 8 countries, including Uganda, Rwanda, Tanzania, Ethiopia, Kenya, Cameroon, Senegal, and DRC, funded by USAID Emerging Pandemic Threats Program. Robert was in this position in charge of this program at the University of Rwanda since 2010 to 2018, before he became a principal science officer for Uganda's Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation, in charge of biosafety and biosecurity. Robert gained a lot of experience in his capacity as a focal person working with USAID. At the University of Rwanda, he taught veterinary epidemiology, veterinary public health, and veterinary preventive medicine in the Faculty of Veterinary Medicine. Dr. Robert holds a PhD in public health and also holds a Master of Science degree in veterinary public health. In 2010, he was able to start a new program called Environmental Health and Epidemiology, more or less a One Health course for undergraduate students. Robert has a passion for One Health, in that together with others, started the One Health chapter in Rwanda, attracted funding from the Bill Cummings Foundation for the veterinary ambulatory clinic at the university, and initiated several One Health collaborations with other international universities, including University of Nebraska in the US, and University of Minnesota, and Tufts University. Dr. Robert is trained in biosafety and biosecurity from Robert Koch Institute in Germany and the Swiss Tropical Institute of Public Health in Switzerland. So with that experience in biosafety and biosecurity, in his case, working in 2 different countries within the Eastern Africa region, I think he'll be more than able to take us through biosafety and biosecurity, law and regulation case of Africa. You're most welcome, Dr. Robert.
Thank you so much, Ian. Is it good evening, ladies and gentlemen? So my topic is on biosafety and biosecurity, and I'll focus a lot on laws and regulations. And in that case, we'll be looking at where we are as Africa. So he has already introduced me. I happen to be the project coordinator for SBA, Global Catastrophic Biological Risks Initiative. A lot has been said about this, the definitions of biosafety, biosecurity. I will not dwell into that a lot, but what I will say as far as biosafety is concerned, we are trying to emphasize the good laboratory practices so that we don't experience the unintentional exposures to the environment, to the worker, to the people, to the animal. And biosecurity is about protecting the organism, the pathogen, from some of these people who might want to use it to harm others. That is malicious exposure of people, animals, and the environment to the pathogen. Also in my background, I want to emphasize that Africa is very rich, is a very rich hotspot for pandemics or for diseases. For example, Uganda is one of those countries that has experienced several back-to-back outbreaks of Ebola. We have experienced Marburg, CCHF, Rift Valley fever. Anthrax has been talked about a lot here. And you know the spores of anthrax can exist in the soils for over 25 years. So we had an outbreak in Queen Elizabeth National Park, as is already talked about that. And that place has already been designated as a hotspot for anthrax, you understand? So controlling these outbreaks would require having high suspicion index primed by sensitization, rapid response, in-country diagnostic capability must be improved to, what's that? to enable quick identification, containment measures, training, and so many other things that would go along with that. So biosafety and biosecurity reduces biological risks by minimizing or eliminating exposure to the pathogen. So members, you should know that thousands of organizations worldwide produce, handle, and transfer biological hazards in a highly diverse community. So what does that mean? That along that entire value chain, there are several chances of biosafety or biosecurity issues. So, for example, how do we transport samples from the field in Uganda? I've read that, I haven't, but people will tell us that by bus, by motorcycles, up to the laboratory. So along that chain, what happens along the way? Can somebody just access these samples and use them in any form that she or he likes? And you have to remember that 80% of these pathogens are from animals and they are multi-host. 75% of these are emerging diseases and are also zoonotic. Zoonotic meaning that they can be transmissible from animals to humans. And 80% of these agents having a potential bioterrorist use. We should take note of that. And nearly all emerging new, that means new human diseases originate from the animal reservoirs. And diseases can now spread faster across the world than the average incubation period of most diseases. You'll see what I mean by that. Sorry. So here on this slide, I also wanted to emphasize the importance of biotechnology in global catastrophic biological risks, which has already been alluded to by several speakers. So I don't want to go into details of that. I want to just emphasize that. And then also we have several drivers for the GCBRs, which has also been talked about already, like climate change, travel, wildlife populations, tourism, and land use, and so many others. So, like now here, in today's tightly connected world, a disease can be transported from one isolated rural village. You think of a rural village in your, where you come from, to any major city in as little as 36 hours. And this is how we are really connected. This is how we are connected around the world. So at any one point, at any one time, we can predict that there will be movement of these pathogens across the globe. So under such circumstances, how are we prepared? In that case, we know that laboratories are key and central in the management of global catastrophic biological risks. And laboratories do support all the policies that we may think of, all the policies and laws that we may think of putting in place, because they do provide critical information that would help any responders to make decisions on how to approach a particular epidemic or an outbreak, for that matter. So here, what I want to show is the laboratory capacity of Africa. If I'm wrong, please you correct me here, or we shall have some discussions here. So, for example, the majority of the labs that we have are, at the universities, are BSL 1. And what can we do in BSL 1 labs? So in research institutions, we have BSL 2s, and we also have some BSL 3s. For example, in Uganda, I don't know, but I thought we have 2 BSL 3s, but we shall hear from other countries how many BSL 3s that we have. And then BSL 4s in the entire Africa are 2. There's one in Gabon and one in South Africa. So I think that's where we are. Assuming we enter that phase where we have these GCBRs now, and we have an outbreak, do we have capacity to handle these organisms in these given labs that we have, which you have access to? You see, the best we have in most countries is BSL 3. I remember there was a time, I think, when there's an outbreak, samples would be transported to Atlanta, CDC, Atlanta, for confirmation of an outbreak. You see? So the time lag in between transportation, diagnosis, and then results coming back. What happens to the population? You understand? So we need to think along those lines to really answer the question whether we are prepared or not for the next pandemic. So in order to operationalize the laws, we need to have in place the right or the proper infrastructure, as well as trained personnel, you see, who are lacking in our region. Somebody today was asking people being employed not because they are skilled, but because probably they are linked to some other person who, connected them to that position and things like that. And what do you expect from there? It is also important to note that there is no mechanism in most African countries to monitor the type of biological agents and toxins being handled in these labs because they are not known. I think this is a fact. We have so many labs, but nobody knows what goes on there. Do we have an agency with the responsibility of looking out for these pathogens, looking out for these labs? What pathogens are they handling? See? So, in the US, for example, they have what we call the National Select Agents Registry that oversees the activities of research into biological agents, toxins that have potential, of severe threat to the public, animals, and plant health. So the NSAR requires registration of users and facilities, including government agencies, universities, research institutions, and commercial entities that possess, use, or transfer biological agents and toxins. So these are some of the laws in the US. For example, the Public Health, Security, and Bioterrorism Preparedness Act. That is on the side of the Department of Health and regulates a list of biological agents and toxins that have potential to pose severe threat to public health and safety. But they also have the Agricultural Bioterrorism Protection Act that mandates the Department of Agriculture to establish and regulate a list of biological agents that have the potential to pose severe threat to animal health, safety, plant health and safety, or to safety of animal or plant products. So also CDC and the Animal and Plant Health Inspection Services, at some point, they come together because there are some of these diseases that cross over from maybe from animals to humans and things like that. So is this a case of One Health? Have we done this? Are we in the process of doing it? Where are we? Is it necessary, really? For example, I was sometime back in 2013, I was at the University of Minnesota, and they have this lab. You have those dealing in agriculture, human health, and plant health. If a problem is discovered in the animal lab, it is shared with the other side on human health. So I think that was really a very good one. But generally, biosafety and biosecurity are still at their formative stage in Africa. However, some biosecurity awareness has been carried out through biotechnology innovations, mainly GMOs within the framework of the Cartagena Protocol. So this is where there has been some bit of work in most African countries. Uganda, we still have issues. The genetic engineering regulatory bill is stuck somewhere because some people, it had reached the level of the president for assent. And it bounced back. Actually, it was bounced back twice. Dr. Musunga will talk about that. Because some people were not comfortable having GMOs within the environment. You see, maybe they are not well informed. Then the biosecurity policy, we started on the process. Dr. Musunga will talk about that. And then we are at the level of the rare. It seems nobody is interested in us continuing to the policy level. And when you look at all this, where are we, given the emerging and re-emerging infectious diseases that we are having globally? We need to think about that and the laws and policies that we have in place. See? So this is where I'm just giving an example of Uganda, where you can somehow find scattered biosafety, biosecurity regulations. Here, the Animal Disease Act, the Public Health Act, the Plant Protection Act, the Penal Code Act, they are just scattered. You don't see anything that is real targeting a particular problem. See? Just scattered here and there. So the question still remains, do these really answer our problem of preparedness and response in as far as the global catastrophic biological risks are concerned? So here I want to say that there are some international obligations. The UN SCR 150, and then the Biological Weapons Convention. These are international obligations. Onel will be here to talk about them. But how far are we? You see, I remember Onel was supposed to come here on UNSCR 1540 this year. What happened along the way? Nobody knows. He never turned up. He's turning up today because of this workshop. So are we really prepared, or do we have people who are interested in protecting us? Because these international regulations are part of the package that is helping us to develop capacity to prepare against the global catastrophic biological risks. So this is what the Biological Weapons Convention says, that all countries, BWC prohibits all countries that have signed a treaty from developing, producing, stockpiling, acquiring, retaining biological agents or toxins and quantities that have no justification for. I think it has already been talked about by some of the speakers. This is very important, the Biological Weapons Convention. We need to really think about it. We also have the United Nations Security Council Resolution 1540. I don't know how many people have heard about this, but these are the three primary obligations under the 1540. And they also biosafety and biosecurity are related. Where I think there's a problem, as I've already said. So we need to think so much, reflect into ourselves, and try to find ways of negotiating all these barriers that are preventing us from implementing some of these critical international obligations. So what are the constraints for improvement? There is lack of awareness at the highest level, the policymakers, these people who sit in parliament. Maybe we've not done enough as scientists, really. Maybe we've not have done enough to really inform them, update them, because they are the ones making these policies and they are the ones allocating the money. You understand? So we need to engage these people. Then the other issue is inadequate resources and infrastructure. I think you have seen the quality of our labs that we have. Can we afford the BSL-4 in Uganda, for instance? And we are talking about vaccine production. We are talking about producing counter-medical measures against especially viral diseases. Without a structure or an infrastructure at the level of the biosafety level 4 lab, are we able to continue in that direction? I think not. There's a lack of sufficient technical expertise to detect the pathogens. You see, in Uganda, we had issues during the COVID-19 outbreak. There were issues of false positives and false negatives. Where did they come from? Was it ethical issues? Was it incompetence of people in the labs? What was the problem? And if we are really to effectively handle the GCBRs, I think we have to also look into that. Then lack of financial resources to run and maintain disease containment laboratories. But then there are also opportunities for progress, opportunities for improvement, which we should also tap into, which are there for us to tap into to improve our status quo going forward. There are several partnerships which have come on board in this area. You all know this. How have we tapped into this? You see, they have, for example, the WHO has always provided us, WHO accreditation and surveillance systems. We have the Clinical Laboratory Improvement and Amendments of 1988. People can read, and then the ISO systems, ISO, all those. do exist. There are also guidelines, laboratory guidelines or manuals coming up every time and again. But the question is, who is there to make sure that there's compliance to these guidelines? Where are we? Do we have a body like the one I mentioned, the NSAR for the US? Do you have a body to ensure that there's compliance to these guidelines? Most of you have heard about the joint external evaluations. Most countries in the world have undergone the joint external evaluation to enhance the international health regulations. So what are these JEEs? The JEE process allows an external assessment of a country's capacity to deliver the core capacities outlined in the international health regulation. For example, detect, assess, respond. Detect, assess, report, and respond. So these are the countries. This is 2018. These are the countries which have already undergone the joint external evaluation. You can see almost the entire Africa is green. But then you ask yourselves, what happened after that? Where are we? And some of you, I think, have participated in this, and I'll be happy to listen to what you have done. And these JEEs also reinforce the biosafety and biosecurity. Are we tapping into all that? So countries were supposed to strategically plan to address health system limitations by developing a costed national action plan for health security. I think Uganda has done this. I think maybe he'll tell us, Mr. Nkode will tell us. And they will also have the EOC, that is the what? Emergency Operations Center. All that was a result of the JEEs, you see? So these two, Uganda is already, has already done something. So the JEEs, the JEE results were to serve as a baseline to measure progress and help countries to target priority gaps, develop or refine roadmaps, and support donor advocacy and alignment. So where are we in terms of that? So I think you have also heard about this is still the international health regulation, which is the international, is an international legal instrument that is binding on 194 countries across the globe, including all member states of the World Health Organization. And as I've already mentioned, they focus on detection, assessment, reporting, and responding. So that's where they focus. And what are the benefits for this? This is where now the multidisciplinary approach, the One Health approach also comes in. Because you now have the wildlife population here, you have the animals, domestic animals, which are amplifiers of some of these viruses, and you have the what? The human population here. You get it? So in order for you to predict here, there's a need for you to work with other stakeholders. You need to have vets, you need to have so many other people, because now if a disease has been detected in the wildlife population and there's no communication between the veterinarians, the wildlife population, the wildlife people, and then the domestic animal people, those are the vets, to inform them that there's a problem here. You see, how are you going to come in and, cut off the transmission chain? You see, so there has to be communication such that you can detect this early, the problem early, before it gets into the animal population. And we live with these animals in the same house, in the same compound. So this gives you an opportunity for what? For rapid what? Response. And you have an opportunity to control the epidemic, maybe the GCBRI. So this is where we are advocating for the One Health approach in the management of the global catastrophic biological risks. The Global Health Security Agenda has a vision. We have the Global Health Security Agenda, whose vision is that a world safe and secure from global health threats posed by infectious diseases. And what I want to tell you here is that funds were availed. Funds were availed to build the capacity in the member states, the WHO member states, in order to prepare for the outbreaks. So how are we tapping into this? I think we had, in October 2017, this is called the Kampala Declaration, was signed, extending GHSA to 2024. You see, it was a high-level ministerial meeting, which was held in Uganda. You see, so the opportunities are here. We had 28 countries represented, with WHO and OIE, and then FAO. Also here, I just want to tell you that OIE has been, we no longer have OIE. We have World Organization for Animal Health. So since, is it 2 weeks ago? So let's now use World Organization for Animal Health. And so these are the action packages under the Global Health Security Agenda. You see, these are the action packages. We have action package on prevent. I want to look out for action package prevent 3, which focuses on biosafety and biosecurity. And I know Peter, isn't it? And Mr. Ankodio, you'll tell us more on this, because we, Uganda, we are co-chairs of this, isn't it? So these are they are all in the direction of preparedness to GCBRs. So as I finish, I have my recommendations here and conclusions that awareness raising on biosafety and biosecurity, including dual-use research, should be done in countries and institutions. I think we need to raise this voice more. Let's go to Parliament. Let's meet our legislators and talk to them about biosecurity and biosafety and the challenges of not having a legal framework in that direction as we focus on GCBRs. And then there's so I'm also looking at the implementation of the Biological Toxins and Weapons Convention. And then the UN Security Council Resolution 1540. Let's also look at that. There is sensitization, of policymakers and institutional management to support lab needs, and then assistance to developing countries to generally advance biosafety and biosecurity, and then the One Health approach, And then one thing that is also important is about the border controls. Most of these borders are porous. I used to work in Rwanda, but I would sometimes not even pass via the main border and get into the country. You understand? And so many other people are doing that with their animals. You see, with their animals across Uganda, Tanzania, Kenya, Rwanda, like that. And you have to run, they have to run with the diseases along that corridor. Thank you so much. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Dr. Robert, for that wonderful presentation. Yes, so that is the last session of the day. So we're going to take questions in about 5 minutes. And then thereafter, we shall proceed to housekeeping and call it a day. So there's a question online for Dr. Robert by Nutin Fernand. There's a question online. Thanks to the speaker for his ongoing talk. I can't believe that their biopolicy as a unit, there's biopolicy as a unit in our universities for those who are doing a biotechnology course. And it is challenging to implement biological policies at national level. So the question is, you are aware about the existence of biosecurity, biosafety law in the US. Can you take us step by step on how to implement this law in Uganda, for instance?
Oh, I didn't get the name clearly. And the person is asking, we don't have the law in Uganda. And how are we supposed to negotiate our way to have a policy in place? For example, we already have a draft biosecurity bill in place. So that's where we started. But before it becomes a policy, there is a phase which we call the regulatory impact assessment, the RIA. And with this RIA, you're supposed to consult various stakeholders regarding this bill that you already have in place. So this is where we are as Uganda. We are in the process, but we somehow hit a snag because the ministry which was spearheading this was disbanded, unfortunately. That was the challenge. And the new group that is coming in has not yet taken up that, but we shall hear from Mr. Ankodio. I think he has plans, being the chair of Biosafety and Biosecurity in the country, on how we are going to proceed, because we really need that. With the GMO, the genetic engineering regulatory bill, we also had that one. It had gone, it went through Parliament, reached the President to assent so that it becomes a law. But you know, politics here and there. You know, at first the President identified some of the loopholes in that bill, which we later addressed and then took it back. But then it bounced back that still there are threats. I mean, it is a security issue. There are so many things that we need to handle. But what was happening in the background is that some people were really not interested in that. So they were not looking at the positives coming out of the GMO, the Genetic Engineering Regulatory Act. But they are looking at those other negatives which we have not experienced. You see? For example, the GMO bill was going to address most of the common diseases which are affecting our plants by bringing in varieties that are resistant. And they resisted that. We have cassava mosaic, we have banana wilt disease, we have so many other plant diseases which are going to be addressed by this. So I think going forward, given all that background, I think we shall need, like I said, in one of my recommendations, is to do sensitization of the policymakers. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Do you have any other question or comment here?
Thank you so much, Doctor.
Thank you.
You've made my evening wonderful.
Thank you.
The issues you've raised, the presentation you put together says it all. And I just want to say that I might not be in position to speak on behalf of Africa, but on behalf of Uganda, in regards to biosafety, biosecurity, we have and we shall showcase at the appropriate time. And we've tried to work and try to bring the concept of One Health in our biosafety, biosecurity engagements. The road has not been so smooth. Nevertheless, we have results. And from your submissions, I want to say that you clearly stated that the inception of the Global Health Security Agenda in 2014 brought to light or gave birth to biosafety and biosecurity in reality. Because some of us who did biosafety, biosecurity years back, people were wondering, you mean you can do a bachelor's degree or a postgraduate in biosafety, biosecurity for what? But in 2014, it was evident that whoever engaged in biosafety, biosecurity became a hotcake because of the risk associated with the Ebola outbreak in West Africa by then. As a country, Uganda, we embarked on making sure our health workforce remains safe and secure. So, and that mandate was given to Ministry of Health. Much as the other stakeholders were involved, like you've mentioned, but the decision makers at that time felt it wise to make sure Ministry of Health starts to run as the other ministries walk in the journey as we embrace the concept of One Health. So I want to begin from there that for us as Ministry of Health, we went ahead and created the National Coordination Office for Biosafety, Biosecurity to make sure biosafety, biosecurity program runs. And we were riding on the existing strength of the national laboratory policy. And then other guidelines, like you stated, started trickling in because different stakeholders started identifying what can make biosafety, biosecurity be a wonderful journey in the country as we prepare for those eventualities which were in West Africa. Now, where we are as a country is what I wanted to mention, but you've already mentioned it, the issue of the legal framework. We have a lot of silo implementation of biosafety, biosecurity activities. So many development and implementing partners are winning grants, are winning funds, are holding funds. And everybody says, I am doing biosafety, biosecurity. How do we get out of that without the legal framework? So all the issues you've discussed here are are paramount in the sense that we need the legal framework so that roles and responsibilities are very clear for all the stakeholders. Otherwise, what is happening now is after you've come up with a wonderful program, somebody says, by the way, that is my role, which you're doing now. And because you know where you started from, you realize that you're not going to engage in this, but you're going to have these talks. Say, okay, it is your role, yes. What do you have to show so that we can ride smoothly? As government of Uganda, you've also mentioned about the emergency, the Emergency Operations Center. And Emergency Operations Center came into play before the NAPS and the JEE. Because CDC had already realized that we needed the Emergency Operations Center to coordinate the emerging and re-emerging public health threats. So the creation of the EOC became very easy, and then EOC made sure the NAPS and the JEE activities run smoothly. So as Uganda, I think we've just finished the self-assessment of JEE 2022, and we are now talking about One Health. In 2018, it was Ministry of Health. Now we are looking at national lab systems, not national health systems, because the NAPS and the JEE clearly states what we need to look out for. As I speak now, our brothers and sisters in the animal health are already jumping on board. They're already having partners trying to bring them on board to have some labs also operated from the vet labs. So the ISO 17025 for accrediting laboratories for veterinary practices is ongoing. But I also want to interest the team here as we talk about biosafety, biosecurity. We have very good guiding ISO standards. In addition to what you've mentioned there, because those are the ones that are helping our people on bench. The 15189 for quality, we have the 15190. We have the fundamental ISO standard, which is the 35001, which is which talks about biorisk management in totality for organizations, institutions, and labs. I want us to interest ourselves in those ISO standards to make sure it makes people become accountable. If I'm not delivering, who is responsible? If you've not given me my terms and conditions, if I don't have clear roles, because the ISO standards puts management, the organizer, for example, now we are here, SBA. The institution called SBA is put to task that whoever you are recruiting is given clear terms and conditions. For example, you should recruit a biorisk management advisor. You should recruit a biosafety officer. You should recruit a scientific officer. Who are those people? Now, that helps us as we're here to make sure our roles and responsibilities are very clear. And then we are able to account to your superiors and those to the policy makers. But I want to say that the ISO systems that we have can only ride on a fundamental legal framework that we need to work on. Africa CDC is doing something, trying to do biosafety, biosecurity, legal frameworks in Africa, and then we are creating regional centers for biosafety, and I think Kenya has already started, and we're trying to compete for where we should have the capacity building regional center of excellency, and hopefully Uganda will win it, and then we shall build the capacity in East Africa. The issue of genetic engineering and digital bills, I've been asking Dr. Msunga here, he's going to discuss tomorrow. And my question is, what was the issue? What was the issue? Because what happened? We had 3 very important documents that and were well funded. What went wrong? And if we don't answer those questions, the president will not sign them. Because the president does a lot of background check. If the different stakeholders are not involved, because I remember the first biosafety bill had no input from Minister of Health. And when the president consulted the Minister of Health, it hit a snag. Then when it came back, we gave our inputs and we thought it's going to be signed. Another institution also came and said, we are not consulted. So can we do our background check? Who are our stakeholders in this bill? Because as you clearly stated, that this bill was only left with signing or sending to it by the president. And then the president fails to sign it. It means we did not do our risk assessment very well. I am glad you've been teaching people, our students in universities. You cannot run away from politics when you're in public health. I don't know whether you agree with me. So we need to know what is the interest of our policy makers, so that by hook or crook, their interests are incorporated in our document, so that we can have results every. Otherwise, we are going to keep. We've been lamenting year in, year out. We don't have a biosafety bill. We don't have this. We don't have this. And people are interested in, I want the bill, I want the act. Not, I don't have it, I have failed. That means we've not done our risk assessment very well. I want to conclude my submission by saying that the different stakeholders in laboratory medicine now, where we are practicing biosafety, biosecurity, they are now riding on the existing strength in the Ministry of Health. We have a tiered standard, a transport network, which we used to call the National Transport Network. Now it is being called Integrated Sample Network, so that we can cater for what you mentioned, testing capacities of our labs. I asked myself, do we need a BSL-4? Do we need it? If we need it, who is supposed to champion it? Have they championed it? Because that's another thing. At our institution, we needed a BSL-3 and a BSL-2 for the TB and then and other virology practices. But if who is responsible? Because now if you say we need a BSL-4, which institution is going to harbor or control that BSL-4 and for what roles and responsibilities, so that we can be able to know that if it is my brother Bagash here that is responsible for then I'll say you've not done your work. You should. There's nothing to showcase when you have uncompleted business here. We need a BSL-4 as per our assignment. But now when we don't have a legal framework, even if you push for it, are we allowed to produce vaccine? Yes. So what is the political will regarding a BSL-4? Our superpowers, what are they saying? So that we don't, we don't run away from the regional, national, and international political environment, and then we push for what we shall not achieve. I conclude by saying, I am going to work with you to make sure we make biosafety, biosecurity in the country to the level it is required. So I've allocated some resources, and after I have my program manager here. Where is he? Gordon. Yes, he's here. My money bag is here. Where is he? We won. Yes, we won a grant under Joint Clinical Research Center, and they have allocated the funds for biosafety, biosecurity, specifically to start off the legal framework mechanism, because we feel we cannot be in the kitchen forever. We need to go to the dining table and discuss with the decision makers about the legal framework. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ankodio. I would wish to listen to things like that from other countries. Really, very interesting stories. We need to know what is the status quo in those countries. So, thank you.
There's been a similar discussion in the chats online. We are trying to figure out whether Kenya has a safety mechanism.
Yes, we need
I've
to
liked
hear.
the discussion by Dr. Joseph Nkodio, but for now, let's continue with Kano Bagash. The biosafety law, you keep talking about the president. Somehow, strategically, I feel like your section kept itself out of it, and that's when it became the Genetic Engineering Regulatory Act, because Ministry of Health was being shy, being bundled with GM crops. So we shall discuss after this scan.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Kibuuka. In one of your slides, you gave us an insight of the national select agencies for the US. Even in Uganda, under the stewardship of the Uganda National Council of Science and Technology, there is a list of select agents that was developed and adopted by the country. But it needs to be reviewed, I'm told now, since we don't have the laws and the regulations. And the dangerous pathogens that have been also identified in the pathogen inventory, they left it to the, okay, it gives an oversight, the Uganda National Council of Science and Technology. However, for the areas of the GMOs, they had left it to the internal oversight of those that he wanted to to handle them. But of course, now the JERA Act will await someone on Prot 1 to assent to it. There is also an institutional biosafety committees were also established, and they are in place. Then we also have the framework on the material transfer agreements in place. And also the Uganda National Council of Science Technology also developed guidelines for biobanks. But all that is awaiting that bug that Nkodio has now secured. So once that bug is put to good use, all these things will take off. So we shall have, we shall showcase once all that is done. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. That bug.
Something from Kenya. DRC, what is the status? You know,
what
we
is
want to
the
learn.
situation in Kenya?
Yes,
DRC?
we want to learn
Dr.
what is
Keambou,
going on
Africa.
in Sudan,
Sudan, we have Soha here.
Somalia,
Yes.
Burundi. We need to, because it's really very interesting.
Okay, thank you, Doctor, for your presentation. I was a bit reading the text. You know, you have reached up to 17 messages online. I don't know whether someone is reading them. And one of the texts there is saying that Kenya Biosafety Act only covered much of GMO. And then about South Sudan, I want to talk about South Sudan. I also have a look at the Ugandan document, since I was exposed to biosecurity, at least certification and training. But for South Sudan, we just have much of SOPs for good practice that are actually navigated from all these international treaty. And we just established the Biosafety Association, I think last year in June. And what we are doing now is sensitizing the stakeholders, institutional based, because we only realized that those conferences have been going on for technical working group, different region, and I don't think South Sudan has been so participating a lot. So now we are bringing to picture the University of Juba, the Ministry of Health, the Foreign Affairs Ministry, and the legislators. But now, when COVID came, it came and we lost the government. I think President was the one running the government. Our MPs were just sworn in, I think, lately last year, and they're establishing their paper. So we are looking at a window of opportunities that when the health committee is about to establish their codes of conduct at Parliament, we just come in and befriend the chairperson. And from there, we will be consulting regional experts in biosecurity and biosafety to help us come up with a document of legal framework. And we're also looking for resources which are not at hand. So that's the stage we are in. Currently, we have EOC, I think it's based in Nimili. Most of you could have known that by GIZ. I think that's one of the operating, I think, BSL3. And then we have a reference lab within Juba. We still run it BSL2.
BSL2?
Yeah, which is our reference lab within Juba town.
BSL2.
Yes, and then the one in Nimili, I think, is a 3. And then the other one at state level, still actually, unless it is a teaching like the one in WOW, I think BSL1 or something like that. So that's the stage we are in. And one thing we need from regional expertise and institution like this one is to get exposed into, get mentorship, and get more strategies how to drive a country into good path. Yeah, that's all. And thank you very much.
Thank you. So, okay, we shall take these last two. Start to go for our evening tea. Those of us who will be here, we shall have a swimming session. Those who know how to swim. If you are sure you will not drown.
Yeah, I would like to report on the case of DRC. We had the same situation like in Uganda. A group of people, basically the Ministry of Health, prepared the health framework law that was supposed to be signed by the president, but it was rejected by the president, and it's back to the beginning. They have to revise the law, but mostly because of not involving everybody. It was a group of people mainly led by the Ministry of Health. And when it got to the president level, it passed the parliament, but at the president level, there were some issues and it was rejected for revision. So, but also by DRC, DRC has had about 14 Ebola cases, outbreaks since 1990, the first case. But the DRC was able to diagnose Ebola only 3 years ago. You can't believe that. But yeah, only 3 years ago. So, but all the samples were sent either to Entebbe or to Franceville, and which was not acceptable for a country like DRC with all the pathogens of the disease, the pathogens they can have 45 years of Ebola, but that capacity has never been built. Now, even second sequencing for molecular biology was established only, I think, 2 years ago. They got some machines from the Japanese. So there is a major issue, even at something which happened in 2010. We had an outbreak of unknown origin in the south. Kids were dying, and it was like an hemorrhagic fever type of diseases. And the samples were sent to Franceville for diagnostic, but they sent a message back saying that the guy who does it is on leave. So we didn't get the response, and then they sent another sample, and then they told them, but we told you last time that the guy is on leave, we can do that, run the test. And then they sent it to Institut Pasteur in France. So you see the case of a country like DRC with that 14 Ebola cases, with no capacity to develop until recently. And so we need laws to get the framework and a lot of political will and commitment.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. for the presentation. For Somalia case, we don't have the biosecurity regulations or the body. I was looking for to see if there is one, but I have seen only there's a guy and the Prime Minister office, who is a focal point for Cartagena and Nagoya protocols, but there is no regulation. That's not mine. For Kenya, I have been there. I did my master's. I know there's the regulations, there's the body, and also there are also, I think, they have released some GMO, I think cotton or something. So I have seen also some seminars they did the biosecurity regulatory field. So that's my comment. Thank you.
And our last comment.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the good presentation. I want to make some comments for my country, Congo Brazzaville, but I want to speak in French. My friend can translate in English. Oui, donc je disais merci beaucoup pour la présentation.
So let's have a volunteer translator here.
Okay, okay. Oui, donc merci pour la brillante présentation.
Yeah, so thank you for the wonderful presentations.
Oui, vous avez le topic était très intéressant parce que c'est sur notamment les différentes lois au niveau des pays des pays d'Afrique sur la biosécurité et la disons ce topic sur la biosécurité et la lutte contre les menaces, les risques potentiels biologiques.
So this is of great interest because it's really matching with the interests of the countries in terms of biosecurity.
Voilà, c'est un état général hein, dans tous les pays. Mais au Congo-Brazzaville, nous n'avons pas assez de lois. Hein, c'est pas suffisamment réglementé pour prévenir les catastrophes diverses, notamment biologiques.
Yeah, so the picture you are presenting is almost the same for all our countries. So even in Congo-Brazzaville, there is not enough law and regulations to anticipate on the risk and catastrophes.
Voilà, par exemple, vous avez dans votre introduction dit que 75% des pathogènes animaux sont transmissibles aux humains.
Yeah, so you present the fact that at least 60-70% of the animal pathogens are transmissible to humans.
Voilà, il n'y a pas de réglementation sur, notamment au niveau des élevages, au niveau des animaux sauvages qui sont utilisés comme aliments, comme apport en matière de protéines animales.
So there is no regulation for livestock and none for wildlife, while they are also serving as source of foods for proteins for humans. No regulations at all.
Voilà. Bon, mais seulement vous n'avez pas parlé de l'Organisation mondiale de la santé animale qui, au moins, à chaque congrès, légifère en matière de sécurité, notamment sur les pathogènes provenant des animaux domestiques.
Yet, but we have not thought about the activities implemented by OIA in terms of regulating the security of in livestock sector.
Voilà, donc c'est ce qui fait que, par exemple, chez nous, n'ayant pas de lois ou de réglementations nationales, on se contente de certains règlements émis ou de certaines normes émises par l'Organisation mondiale de la santé animale.
So that's why in the Congo-Brazzaville, while there is no local regulations, they can just rely on what is produced by OIA.
La même chose, notamment sur les laboratoires de diagnostic ou d'analyse, de recherche.
And it's the same thing for the diagnosis and the research labs.
Voilà, nous n'avons pas de laboratoire de type 4, on dit ça en anglais, type 4 ou type 3.
So they don't have these BSLs 3 and 4 at all in the Congo?
Voilà, mais les quelques labos que nous avons travaillent sans mesures concrètes de protection, d'évitement des risques pandémiques, des risques de propagation des pathogènes.
and the few labs available try to work as they can without really taking into consideration the risk in terms of protections and biosecurity, biosafety.
Voilà, donc je vais m'arrêter par là. C'était le petit commentaire que je voulais faire sur le topic.
So that was the little comment he wanted to produce on the situation in Congo.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Dr. Christian, for the translation, and thank you very much, Dr. Jean, for the submission. I have one comment from our CEO.
Yes, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I've been quiet here, listening to the great discussion going on. I think we have the right brains that we were looking for. So this is a good start. I'm glad that, okay, this is my first time to interact with Mr. Kodio and Mr. Moneybag. Today I've got to know that Mr. Moneybag is also here. So I think this has been the most interesting discussion, because this is the key area why we are bringing GCBRI on board. And just to let people like Mr. Kodio know, for us, we are called non-state actors. So we only act to synergize the government and international bodies like Africa CDC, because we also work hand in hand in coordination with Africa CDC. So we don't compete. That should be clear. We just synergize your actions. So biosafety and biosecurity is only a very small subset of SINBI Africa. If you look at our core activities at SINBI Africa, we have 5. As Stephen mentioned, we have bioinformatics and data science. We also have biosafety, biosecurity. We have capacity building. We have research and development. And under those, we have other areas that we have broken into smaller areas that we are going to work on. We have projects that are in advanced synthetic biology that we are working on. I may not mention the projects that we are working on because our key focus here is GCBRI. So in the areas of GCBRI, we also happen to there's a new project that is coming. It is still new and also still under Africa CDC. And we are happy that SINBI Africa is one of the core partners who is going to work on that project. And it is going to be under our, we have 2 objectives that we are working on. As you can see, high-level engagement. This is more of policy makers engaging with policy makers and legal framework. So there is a program or a project that is coming under Africa CDC. So this one is going to tackle, because as Dr. Robert has talked about, there is lack of awareness by these policy makers. And also there is financial constraint. And the key is lack of political will. So Africa CDC is going to work on that political will. So we are going to work with all the Africa Union member states to have a political will framework for sustainable financing of early warning capabilities for biological and related hazards. So this is now where the financing bit is going to be worked on. All member states, we are going to work with them and see, especially we are targeting the policy makers. We are going to engage with them very closely because they are the decision makers. and they are the ones who allocate the budget to like biosafety program, biosecurity program. So that is one of the biggest promising project that is coming, and we are very glad that Sinbai Africa is going to be part of the project. So among the high-level policy makers that we are going to engage, we have Pan-African Parliament, we have Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, we have International Parliamentary Union, and we also have Southern Africa Development Community Parliamentary Forum. Those are the high-level policymakers that we are going to work with. But also we have international bodies who are working on biosafety, biosecurity, pandemic preparedness. Like NTI, we saw Jessica Bell presented here. NTI is going to be one of the key partners in that. And also Council on Strategic Risk. And Gates, I think Bill Gates Foundation is coming on to support an Africa Development Bank. They are going to be one of the partners in this. So it was just something letting you know that at least as in by Africa, we are going to do our best to make sure we create a better Africa for us, the African. So I thank all of you for the great deliberation. I was following very closely. So I look forward to working with you, even in the upcoming workshops. For those who came late, I say this is just the first phase of this project, which is more about creating awareness. And we are going to create awareness in all the 4 African regions. We wanted, I think we have 5, but we have, due to resources, we want to make it 4. So we have Eastern Africa, we have Northern Africa, West Africa, then Southern Africa. Central, that's why Central, we have brought some of the countries in the Central to East Africa. So this is the first phase. So hopefully we can still work with you, especially the great speakers. We can still take you to those other workshops to give the presentations. And Stephen talked about technologies to address GCBRI, especially as you had artificial intelligence and machine learning, I think is becoming a potential technology to address GCBRI. So in our second phase will be now the actual technologies that we need to have in place to address this GCBRI. So we shall be calling upon experts who can support in that, and we have it implemented. So that was just to give a brief about the whole of this GCBRI is big. It's not only biosafety and biosecurity. And I think I want to conclude by I think we forgot to introduce officially the staff, because we have the official staff that are working on this. I think you can do the introduction so that the members here can know them, and then they can consult them in case they need any other support. Then lastly, I think we are going to do the second group photo, because the first one, some people were not there. So it's very important we do that. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Geoffrey. So before you go into the introductions, let's conclude this session. Thank you very much, Dr. Robert, for the presentation. I see there's a lot of concern here, and that's why people are really very passionate about their presentations. Luckily for Uganda, the money bag has been secured. We hope with the help of that, we shall be able to do a similar effort for other countries. So as Geoffrey has requested, I'm going to introduce the project staff for the SynBio Africa Global Catastrophic Biological Risks Initiative. So I'll need the camera person to be very steady because these are very dispersed across the room. Whoever I mentioned, they will stand and you zoom in the face so that even the brothers online can know who I'm talking about. So I will start from the top. I'll start how they are seated. Yes, so let me start with the principal investigator who is also the CEO of SynBio Africa, Mr. Otim Geoffrey. I think all of us know him. But for those maybe just join the link, you can zoom in. He's right here. Mr. Otim Geoffrey, principal investigator for SynBio Africa Global Catastrophic Biological Risks Initiative. Can the people see the face there? The gentleman you're looking for is here. This is Mr. Geoffrey. All right. So you can wave. Yes, that is the principal investigator, Mr. Otim Geoffrey. Oh, they can stand as well. Okay. Yeah, that's better. Yes. All right. Then, as I mentioned, we are going by the sitting order. So the next person I'm introducing is Jocelyn Basemera, who is our human resource and administrative officer. Yes, he was handling the tickets and all that travel forms for those who are coming from outside the country. Did you wave to us, Ms. Jocelyn? You can wave again. All right, that's good. So the next person there, who was also the chairperson of our executive committee, is Ms. Sandra Martini, who is serving as the project officer at GCBRs on this project. She's a biosafety expert. That's why she's already in that position. I think she has waved to us. The next person there is Miss Winnie Nabatanzi, who is our money bag now here. Our finance officer, Miss Winnie Nabatanzi. Yes, thank you very much. And then we have the project consultant, the Ugandan who is an American, Dr. Stephen Opiyo is our project consultant. And then we have Dr. Robert Kibuuka, who is our project coordinator. That is Dr. Robert Kibuuka. And lastly, myself, Ian Peter Busurwa, who is a policy and communications officer for the project. Yes. All right, thank you very much. So that is the team. So in case of any question, any query, anything you're not sure of, any of those can assist you during your stay here. So ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of the first day of the SBA-GCBRI workshop for Eastern Africa. Thank you very much for all making it. The room is full. That's very, very good. I'll clap for you in case you want to clap for yourselves. And I would like to thank you for your active participation. The questions were really fire. Some were very, very hot. But I'm glad that the facilitators were able to ably respond to all your issues. I would like to thank the online participants, those who have been with us since morning. There's a particular person I would like to give a special mention. She'll be facilitating us tomorrow, Dr. Susan Kropp from the FBI. She has been online since morning, even before we got into this room. Once the link was activated, she was online. And she has been part of us for the whole day, Dr. Susan Kropp. So you'll get to see her tomorrow. She'll be facilitating us on FBI's Secret Agent Program. And I also like to thank Fernand online, very active, David Muteti, and all the others who have asked questions, Alex, Erican. We've had a number of you asking questions and contributing in the chat. That's very good of you. I'd like to thank all of us who are here. So what I'm doing right now, I'm going to mention what's happening after here. Dinner time for those who are staying here. Oh, those who are online, Thank you very much. You can step by, but I think what we can do, those who can, please turn on your video cameras online and you take a screenshot of the Zoom participants. Let's do that quickly. Those who can, I'll take the screenshot myself. Then after, we shall call it a day and we continue the housekeeping here. So those who can, kindly turn on your videos. Thank you very much. All right, so those online, we can call this a day. I think you can end the stream for the online participants. Thank you very much. See you again tomorrow at 8 a.m. East African time.